Many of them support human life. One often overlooked part of the planet, which happens to have hundreds of lakes, is Antarctica.
Mhm.
While most of these are subglacial, meaning below up to 2 miles of ice, Antarctica also has some relatively small regions that are clear of any ice and snow, and there's some surface lakes in these areas which were warm enough to swim and fish in. Even the lakes deep below the ice are teeming with life, such as Lake Vostok, the largest Antarctic lake, which does not get any sunlight and may have been isolated for millions of years.
Yeah, Robert Suffolk
The
got a
reason is
fucking
underwater
long
volcanic
ass
vents
download. It's like an
eject
hour and
minerals
45 minutes.
which sustain bacteria and plankton, which besides providing food to fish and other organisms, also create
I'm
oxygen,
excited.
another life-sustaining element, which makes some of the most remote submerged parts of Antarctica theoretically habitable by humans. I say theoretically because of persistent yet officially unproven rumors that have been circulating since the alleged end of World War II that maintain many of the most technologically elite German forces did not surrender to the Allies in 1945, but survived in secret bases below the ice near the South Pole. It's relatively easy for many to dismiss this possibility because of the high degree of censorship, not only of the mainstream media, but also in Hollywood and academia, both of which also are subject to government propaganda in the name of national security. It
Not
seems
national
logical
security.
that the subject of Antarctica remains largely classified, given the military defeat the Allies suffered in 1946 and 47, while trying to locate and eradicate any surviving colonies established by the Germans, codenamed Operation High Jump. The United States and several allied nations sent an armada consisting of 3 aircraft carriers, along with support vessels.
Okay, we made those placards yesterday and they're cool. But this is what I really like. It's a heart magnet pendant. You back it up so you can see what it is. It's all imploded
After the fall of the Soviet
deep.
Union, maps have leaked into the public domain,
I thought it was pretty
allegedly
tight.
obtained
You
by the
see
KGB during the
here.
capture of Berlin, which
You
gave
should be able to
directions
see
on not
in it.
only how to navigate under the ice to reach these bases, but
So
maps
there you
of
go.
subterranean habitable landmasses, which the Germans refer to as an
That's heart magnet.
mythical underground oasis.
That's the bonus.
Which legends claim were inhabited by
Here's
North
the
God.
left and right
The modern field of UFOs
with the heart magnet.
Great credibility with validation
Doesn't
of
her
unidentified
initials
craft
on the
by
bottom.
the Pentagon. And
They're done in
disclosures of
glittery metallic
by a
metal.
retired Israeli official, which I
That's
covered in a prior video. I'll leave a
um
link in the description. The
chrome
subject has
or
been
not.
around for
Well, it's
decades
got
and
some chromium in it.
diligently
It's got
covered by journalists, even before the advent of the internet, as we know. One such researcher
candy
was
in
named
it.
Russell, who had a radio program that broadcast from California
A little
in
bit
the
of
70s
lead.
and 80s.
I don't think
And
there's
while
enough
many
of it
people
to
will
show
not
up
be familiar with the
like
work,
as a
I'd like to
positive
paint a
on the
picture
radio.
which discusses some of the events surrounding
The
World War II,
what you
including
call
Admiral
it,
Byrd and his military invasion.
maybe the heart. I don't know.
Situation
The heart might show up on
for
the
a long
on the
time. And I'm going into the history down there and the predictions
X-ray.
of Admiral Byrd in
I
1946
don't know.
and 1947 that World War III
Hey,
would
Remnant.
start
Hi, everybody.
down
Hi,
in
Paul.
Antarctica, or the Falkland
Paul in
Islands, and Argentina,
Virginia.
Antarctica, and in that area.
Get rich.
He
What's
knew
up?
and said in a press conference, 2 press conferences, in
Playing on the big
Chile,
screen.
in
Jesus
March of
Christ.
1947, again in July 1947, that World
That's
War
rough,
III
man.
would be set off down in that area. Well,
We're
Admiral
listening
Byrd
to
got home.
Robert
He was met by James Forrestal, the
Seffer
Secretary
right
of
now.
Defense.
He put out one today, I guess, while I was out fucking around. It's hour and 8 minutes long about Bird going down to Antarctica and shit. I was like, oh man, I gotta hear this. So we're gonna hear this. Been hoping for one from Brood, but I haven't seen one yet. How is everybody tonight? I'm probably gonna make some bubblers, hand pipes, maybe even some dab straws. I'll at least cut out some shit. But yeah, I was real interested in what he has to say, Mr. Anthropologist, about this whole thing. You tired of all the bull? Well, so am I. You know, the best solution to that is to wake everybody up. And the best tool is to give them the moon and ensure that they understand that you're not talking about Nabaru. We're talking about the moon in the sky. It's going to go like this tonight when you watch it. If you look at it and check it out where the craters are and shit, and then a couple hours later, explain it to them. Just make sure they know it's not Nabaru you're talking about or flat Earth. It's your moon and your sky, just like Isaiah 24:23, because we've always had war, we've always had pestilence, but we've never had that moon doing this every night. Make sure that's in your. I'm going to have to make a video because, I mean, there's just some things that you have to hit on that kills that fucking program right in its tracks. And you got to cover some of those main points that they've been working for 20 some years in these people's heads. And they'll look, they'll see, they'll wake up, and the bullshit will stop as soon as we make it stop because we're the ones making it happen. Simple as that. Simple as that. That's simple as that. It's our families. It's us. We're the ones doing the system. We are the system. Now, without the government, and that includes all like 600 of them that are ruling over the freaking planet right now, we would be doing a lot better as a humanity. And I think we can all agree on that. But first step is waking everybody up. Letting everybody know that it wouldn't be the end of the world if we just stopped pointing guns at each other for the few people that claim that we need to. It needs to end. I don't think that is such a stretch. I really don't. We're all people. We've all been at the other end of the gun. But what you need to focus on, waking them up first. And ain't nothing you can hand them politically, vaccination, any of that shit gonna wake them up. It's not gonna. We've been working on that for years, right? Chemtrailing, all that. All these chemtrailers are still trying to prove something that the NATO came out and said that we're going to do. That's how the truth movement works. Give them your moon, folks. Give them something nobody else has. Somebody was telling me that, oh, the moon's great, but Nibiru, and show them fucking the red sun in the morning. And I'm all like, no. Give me your moon. It's up in the fucking sky right now. It's real easy to see. 3 hours later, it's going to look completely different than what it did. If they can't see that, then find new friends. That's my best advice to you. Move on. You know what? I'll tell you what. Get rich. Just like I said, stop giving them everything except for the moon. Give them the moon. Tell them it's not Nibiru, it's not flat Earth, it's fucking moon. It's a kindergarten subject. I've got a video that specifically offers $1,000, United States dollars, for a NASA link to prove me that it's normal for our moon to do a cartwheel every night. If he's so fucking smart, I got $1,000 for him. Period. I've got 1,000. How many videos like that I need to? I put out like 50 of them. 50 of them, I think, have voiced me, and everybody else back in another $100. I mean, God, it's probably like $5,000-6,000 fucking dollars by now for one simple NASA link. And if these motherfuckers are so fucking smart, bring it. That's all I got for your brother. You can play him the first 10 minutes of this. If he doesn't understand that the moon ain't supposed to go wax to wane every night, north to south hemisphere every fucking night, then he's a fucktard because it's a preschool education level subject. Blues Clues and Steve do a really good representation, and so the fuck does NASA. They also have a time clock which shows you where Tycho crater should be all night. You tell me it matches. Go ahead. Time and date. You're going to use time and date. You're a fucktard. You know why you're a fucktard? Because time and date emulates the sky. It doesn't tell you what the sky should be. You know why NASA tells you what the sky should be? Because if they told you anything different, everybody that fucking knew anything other than your fucktard ass would understand that we're on our side doing a fucking roll, bitch. There you go. First 11 minutes just for your brother, Nick. Actually, how about just the last fucking skip the first 8 minutes and go right into it? Because I got something for his ass right there. 8 to 11. That's him. That's for you, Nick. And then give him my fucking video. Tell him if he's so fucking smart and he knows every fucking thing, bring me that goddamn link. How you like that? That's why I do this. I don't do this for my fucking fun. I do this for your fucking families. Share my shit. I don't go watch them. That's all I got. I can't just go shake them for you. I can't do that. But I can insult them into embarrassing them to fucking look with their fucking eyes and stop fucking being such a fucktard. I can do that. That's all I can do. Smack. I'm the fucking nun with a fucking ruler. I'm a monk. I've been a monk for 16 years. Authentic. We take it a little more serious than the priests. Fucking get a little boys and shit. I swear to God, Nick. I'm the hard ass you need to be. Every one of you should take that and say, look, from 8 minutes on, watch this fucking video. Then I got another one for you. Go find my $1,000 guarantee video. People will be looking at the moon tonight. What can I say? The motherfucking moon is, if you look at it now, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, it'll be upside the fuck down. Go to bed. Look at it right now. Go to bed. Wake up. Look at it. It's upside the fuck down. Simple as that. Now, I got a bag of dicks for you. How's that look on the big screen? Woo! We partying now. He's all like, fucking change of channel. Damn it. You got to have a ruler to crack some knuckles. And I just, you know what? I can't be the one to hand you any of this because you got to see it with your own fucking eyes to believe it. Jesus Christ, it sounds fucking nuts. I know what it sounds like. I got fucking ears. But the problem is my eyes keep watching this fucking moon do something it shouldn't be doing. And the only reason it is because we're on our side. Prove me wrong. Again, I'll give you fucking $1,000. Well, you know what? Get rich. That's for you too. All of you. Take from 8 minutes on. Tell them what. Watch. Skip to 8 minutes, and this guy got a message for you. I saw somebody said something about their brother. I'm all like, you know what? Get fucking sit on their chest for a minute. Make them look at the moon, and then fart on them, and get up and go sleep. They'll be awake in the morning, going like this, blink, blink. Do you know the moon's doing a fucking cartwheel? You know you're right. How many times I heard that? You know you're right. You're right. Fucking yeah, I'm right. Do you think I'm 52 fucking years old, a sitting senator's ex-top investigator would be sitting here telling you the moon's doing a fucking cartwheel if it wasn't? You got eyes, go check me. Jesus Christ. Why do you think fucking logic won't touch me? I've been over there begging him. 30 or 40 fucking of his viewers are over there screaming, my God, he's fucking crazy. I've been trying so hard. Nobody will touch this because it's real. And that's why I keep saying, give them the fucking moon. And if they don't take it, give them one of my fucking 8 minutes from here. Tell them, look, this is his. You're fucked up. He spells it out pretty clear why. Blues Clues, remember? Blues and Steve. It's fucking preschool shit. It's shadow on a ball, literally. A little flashlight over here called the sun. It sits on a table called the ecliptic. Your Earth. You got eyes in your head which sit on the outside of it. Pretend your core is inside your brain and spin your fucking head accordingly to the ecliptic. Now, most of you are going to have to spin your body with your head. I want to see some of these motherfuckers twist their fucking neck. Anyways, you can emulate a 23-degree tilt, right? You can do that. You think you're capable of fucking tilting? Did you move anything and flip it? No. Now, pretend that your shoe came untied, but pay attention to the table. Bend over. Oh, yeah. Flipped everything in the fucking room, just like Orion, just like the fucking Jupiter, just like the fucking moons, just like the moon and the sunspots and everything else. Again, I got a bag of dicks for you. Right? I mean, seriously, who couldn't argue that in a court of law? Remember Daza? Remember Five Eyes, that whole organization that was following people around? They got silent. Why? Because Tycho Crater should never be, should I remind you, Tycho Crater should never be at the top of the moon from my position. That's from an authority called Daza the fucking cameraman. An ex Five Eyes troll, now unemployed. They really have all every question you could imagine has been answered. I mean, really close. Qualifier. I haven't thought of too many. I didn't. Fuck. I didn't even know those fucking questions existed. Yeah, that's all I can say. All right, there's 400 fucking videos. The first fucking 200 are fucking imperative that you watch if you want to understand yourself and how we got here. Know that it didn't just happen overnight. It came with a great deal of fucking research and monitoring and observation and model making. Being like, hey man, we got a fucking tennis ball and a fucking table and a lamp and a fucking chicken. I mean, how many times I can show you how the moon rolling or why it's rolling? You got to look at it roll. But I show you why and tell you how to make a model. Show you models from NASA. I mean, this really is some pretty easy stuff. And they wrote about it in Isaiah 24:23 as the confounded, confused moon. It's fucking confused. It doesn't know if it's wax or wane. We literally set the calendar to that 30-day process. And as a naval helmsman, I happen to know that the 5th should look completely different than the 15th. But I'm seeing both in my sky every night. And it's really fucking with the Inuit Indians who live up in, some people call them Eskimos, and they hunt seals to live. And then they get lost at night now. So they don't hunt too long in the day anymore because they can't fucking come home from the stars. And these people weren't just trained in the Navy how to do this. These fucking people depend on this fucking sky for their life. It ain't just me. They went and told NASA and NATO. NATO told them, well, we know. Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. Go look it up. This is some real shit. It ain't just me. The fucking planet's on its side. And it's easy to tell. And if your family's fucking asleep, then good God, man. I'm sorry. You're obviously the jewel in the gene pool. Life's tough. We're all going home either way. Some of us stick around for a little while first. Make sure the next generation gets it right with mama. It's just where we're at today. Creators had enough of the fuckery, obviously, because the fucking moon's going and the clock is ticking. You got the ticket in your chest. That is physics. That is biology. That is an opinion. So, I don't know what else to say other than you have to learn scalar physics. You have to learn about your neurology from here to here, which is more so than your brain pan, which you've fucking been taught not to use ever. Fucking stay away from that shit. Don't trust your heart. Don't fucking feel your fucking gut. Go with your gut. It's like, I don't know if I trust my gut feel. You better. You were born with a magnet. You can sense every magnet around you, including every atom. At 1748 hertz. Funny enough. We've actually gotten the fucking frequency. It's mind-boggling what the fuck we found. It really is. My mind's fucking boggled, but it's in there because I learned it. Granted, I had a hell of a head start. I'm fucking physics nut. But this is not deep physics either. This is magnet. It's pretty simple. Scalar physics. There's action at a distance instantaneously. They've never actually been able to explain why, but that is the property of the magnetism. That's scalar physics. We understand why now. I mean, it's in every atom. It's the creator. It's omnipresence. It's a 0 point energy. It's all those unanswered questions that humanity's been searching for. It's perpetual motion without fuel. We got all these problems solved. They're solved. They're solved. Now all we gotta do is be the ones that fucking. I mean, seriously, I could have took it to a billionaire, or I mean, maybe a billionaire. I don't fucking know. But I gave it to the world so we can change this motherfucker. I mean, like, it should fucking, dude. Fuck the goddamn Chewbacca mask. We got 3 point energy. Little box you can build like they had in Dara. We know how it works now. Yeah, they were fucking light bulbs. Funny enough. I'd never even fucking heard of them. I looked at the box. I was like, oh, look, it's fucking Ken Wheeler in a fucking magnet lighting his fucking LED. Seen that video? It's one of my maybe 50th video. Started using this like the first one I used the Ken. I'm like, holy fuck, look at that. A hallback array is neodymium. If you guys know who I'm talking about, you're a tattooed monkey. Fucking, he brought his hallback with a fucking. He showed you what it does. He's like, ding, and he just and it lights and then it goes out, and he's like, and he shuffles it a little bit more and it lights and then it'll go out because he can't hold it steady. If you could fucking clamp that thing, it would. I mean, he finally gets it steady, but it still goes out because he wiggles a little bit. You can clamp that fucking thing, you ain't got to fucking move anything. Put it in a box, boop, you're in there. Lighting bulbs. Simple as that. It's fucking simple as that. They had them stacked in that fucking box and fucking were lighting the fucking temples. That's why they didn't have fucking soot all over the fucking temple ever. These were stupid questions that were answered. I found God, creator's here. So's mom. That's some big shit. That's some crazy shit that you just gotta learn. Or I look nuts. I don't care. Give a fuck. Because I know what I know. And I can prove it. My heart is an electron magnet. So is mama's. See? That's all I need to prove. To somebody that has any idea about scalar physics and how magnets fucking work. I just said the words, magic fucking words. We're fucking insanely magnet. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I got a fucking magnet. I can power it up. I can fucking inherit Mother Earth's entire magnet fucking strength and be the steward that I was fucking made to be. Designed to protect her. She can't live without us. And we're over here for ass fucking her. Accumulatively, we got the solutions for everything. Dead serious. Dead fucking serious. And fuck him too, man. I've talked to his fucking stupid ass too many times. I can't remember his fucking name. He's a Paul, isn't it? Yeah, don't. It's a good night. I don't care who it is. I don't remember who it is. I remember his face. Give a fuck. Let me see. Fucking yes. Dead serious. $1,000 riding. Yeah, you know what? You know who needs a fucking Nobel Prize? Angry Catfish Channel Homebrew. I want to split that shit with Brew. Really, he's the one that found that metal plate. I don't think I would have ever figured that out. I was trying to do math work on it. I mean, I might have eventually, but fuck, man. He figured it out last year. I didn't. That's for damn sure. And John and Hermetics brought a bunch, I mean, the stem cells to us, and Kendra brought me, motherfucking, Kendra and John brought me the fucking ferro cells. So I could prove everything I knew. I was like, holy shit, I don't have to fucking sit here and throw fucking metal filings at a magnet. You can look at it. Every problem I had ever imagined trying to prove anything I had to say, gone. It's right there. You can see it now. That's got to be divine. They're only like 2 years old. We just discovered that I could read fucking hieroglyphs 2 years ago. This is synchronicity. This is what it looks like when Creator says, you know what? I'm giving y'all motherfuckers a chance. And I just want to let you know we're playing real cool here for keeps. And game on. So Daddy wants his pool ball back. And it's going home to his table. And he's going to put it on raw over here on the blue felt. That's just the game we're in. So fucking deal with it. And if you can't, I feel sorry for you. You can make a black hole, yes. Absolutely. 2 or 3 of us come together we're pretty potent if we know how to do what we do. If not, we might rip each other apart. I, I think at that point where mama's holding onto your magnet, we don't have to worry about that too much. But yeah, we've all seen where this shit can harm. I mean, you can up voltage. We've seen this work. We know it. We've seen people do it. We see all these things people do. We can do it. All of it, and then some, and then fucking some. We're magnets. It ain't my word. You look what a magnet can do, and then apply that to your ass. Is I didn't know it either. Go look it up. It's fucking crazy. And I'm not, and we're not talking about auras. Fucking auras are. We ain't talking about that. Talking about a fucking medical magnet that they can actually like. Damn, we got a magnet in our chest. See, my magnet thing says there's a magnet thing in his chest over there. Look at that thing. So it works. It's science. It's like damn. Their magnetometer can read fucking up to 8 foot, and they say that we got an 8 foot fucking field, and probably more. Yeah, well, of course it's more. We got a pretty strong magnet. And if we in touch with mama, we got a really strong magnet. And then there's billions of us to stack on top of each other. And each one inherits her strength and adds their strength and then doubles. Bam, 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 bam. The fucking strength. We got enough shields to protect us against any kind of fucking supernova. And fuck, we got 3 suns. She's good at being a planet. See, I'm cool with this plan. As long as, we can get to these shield holders for planet heaven over here. Mama's cool with it too. She's worried about the planet these fat fucks come from. And I don't blame her. She's human too. I'm not trying to insult her. I'm just saying she has a heart. And that's her relative. Like as if it was your aunt that you grew up with. That's how she feels about these cats that did this to her and us. She wants them to heal instead of fucking hurt. So she holds herself back, holds her limbs back, and holds out for the creator. She's patient, she's hurting, but she's planet heaven over here. Nebaru, aka Nebaru, it ain't got no shields, but one couple. Because they're ruled over by one cat. They got the whole system going over. It originated there. Remember the story? We've heard it. You can't be right with your planet if you're doing that kind of shit. No wonder your atmosphere's poisoned. And that's just where that is. Because they could heal their own planet instantaneously if they understood what we've learned on these walls. And I know somebody's been listening to me. So I don't know what the holdup is. The alternative is you're going to be fucking losing your planet. And it's not the optimal outcome. Creator and mother, and personally, I would like to see you gain from growing and understanding what you've done and fixing it in your heart and never do it again. Join us as brothers and sisters in creation and help fix what you did. Now, that would benefit everybody. Continue on with this whole fucking COVID lockdown, the fucking killing people in wave 2 and the fucking war and all this shit coming. With your plans, you know what's coming to you. Your great grandfather wrote about it. He wrote about me waking up. That's your sign. I've got the sign. We've been over this. I don't know what to tell you. There ain't no fucking force. There ain't no reason to be scared. You got a lesson to learn and a planet to heal. Get over it. Grow the fuck up. You guys been running fucking this show, man. You be adults about it. You're recycling our fucking souls for fucking centuries. Your buddy Toth here told us about it. Guess what? We're awake. We know. We want the last 2 tablets. We also want the fucking planet back. If you don't mind. She's hurting. So is your planet. Right? So there's my message to you. No hard feeling. Right? So that's basically, I mean, the message here. There ain't no fucking anger or fucking. There's a desire for these cats to learn from their mistake. This is a mistake, like it or not. This is what happens. It happened. I've made mistakes, not quite this big, but who am I to judge? That's one thing you got to understand about forgiveness. It's all about growing that magnet, that spark, that light. Theirs are pretty dim. So are ours. Recently, I feel like I could vibrate out of my skin, which I'm not allowed to. You know, creators in each and every atom in existence. Mom's in good hands. We're in good hands as the children of creation because it's our mom, dad, and you got magnets everywhere. We're good. She needs uranium, she'll have it, I'm sure. Creator seems to build a planet that's amazing. She's been moving magma around so the pressure can alleviate off of some of these caps that are trying to blow, taking it to places where it can just ooze up. Smart. That's why we're seeing the harmonic tremors globally. It means she's moving magma, and you know it was questionable as to what was going on, and voila, that's what's going on. She's moving magma. That's why we're seeing magma movement. And she's very good at being a planet. Every time I look, it's like, holy fuck. I never imagined the planet could do that. But then again, I'd never imagined the planet was alive, a living being, a fucking sentient soul. It's fucking something that I've been fucking trained to fucking absolutely not believe. I didn't even look at it. I thought I lived on a fucking rock that was somehow creating a magnet. I didn't believe their version because you add heat to a fucking magnet, the motherfucker loses his magnetism. Simple as that. So their working model doesn't work for me. Now I've found one. I was like, oh shit. The boom heard around the world. The shot heard around the world. Yeah, she's trying to keep balance. She's worried for her kids, us. A bunch of dumb, fucking pointy headed little brats running around eating socks. She doesn't know what to do. Tide Pods. What a horrible mixture. At least I guess we can shit some clean socks. Who's got a Chewbacca mask? Hi, Peter. She's very patient, very wise, and a good planet. I mean, fuck, man, the design is insane. Look, the first day I saw her go and suck that fucking energy from the bow shock, I, I got to tell you, my mind reeled. I was trying to figure out a pressure network of voltage that opened a rock that fucking had a. I didn't know how the fuck that worked, but I know what I just watched. She hit the gas and powered up those fields. I was like, really? And now she's doing it every day, all day, double, triple fucking. I'm like, fuck. I'd never seen anything like that. I never even imagined what mechanism. I didn't think she fucking was driving. I was really hard working the math on that shit. You know, I was like, I couldn't until I met her. Then I understood. I was like, holy fuck, she's alive. That's how she's doing. She's fucking a planet, and she's doing what planets do. I mobilize on two legs, sometimes hands and knees. She happens to ride the magnetic current, man, of fucking Brooklyn fucking running the sun. That's what she does. So this isn't out of her scope of things to do. You know, she's good at it. That's all I can even. I don't even have words for what I'm trying to convey. There ain't nothing with fucking yeah. Yeah, Mama's got it. Now I'll monitor Iswa to kind of get a gauge on how things are progressing. Which is fuck. I get tired of repeating myself. What is it? What is it today? More than yesterday, right? And I expect it to continue to trend. Do I have to update every day? No. Then I just have more videos. Everybody's talking about what you do. Everything else is pretty irrelevant. That's it. You need to look at your mood. Shoot. 125 inches of snow. That's a lot of fucking snow. Yeah, we're all in this together. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't care what your division is in your head, you better get it out of there. And get your heart straight. That's the message of the day. Without that, without the knowledge of what's going on, who you are, my people will surely die. It's probably not going to be a pleasant death. I would much rather stick around and be able to fucking shed skin at will when permitted. We ain't permitted right now. I'm not. Some of you search your hearts, you're gonna find out your shit. We're getting optimum working temperatures. 72 inches, that's a lot of freaking snow. I think a lot of our hearts are ready. And like I said, it makes me real happy. Mama's got her garden. And I just kind of, I worry for her because she gets upset. She's upset about planet heaven. She knows she can talk to us. Look at us. We're all sitting around the globe. This isn't just in this chat. There's thousands and thousands and upon thousands, millions that are under the impression that this is exactly what the fuck time is. I think there's probably a couple billion in the Muslim world that are very well aware because their Groundhog Day didn't happen right. They keep having to move it. The sun hasn't been rising up on Ramsey's head in Giza, basically. That's their Groundhog Day, but they take it seriously. And there's quite a few billion of them. And a good chunk of them, I happen to know, are very aware that we're out of orbit. We're on our side. We're doing good. How are you doing, Cosby? In 2 days, that's fuck, man. It's too much. It's too much snow. It's like 6 foot of fucking snow. You have a good night. Get rich. Good seeing you. Yes, going to be making some bubbler technology this evening and some hand pipe. Yeah, we are definitely. Well, we're more than wobbling. We're on our side. We're on our side. We've been on our side since October 2010. These people are talking about wobbling, haven't. I've got two solutions. They're either scripted to misinform, or they're fucktards. Because again, simple observation reveals 180-degree roll. Working models, very simple. Hi, Michael. Yeah, I know that's incredible. That's fucking too much snow. that's, that's fucking crazy. In just like a couple days, it's just like bam, blanket that shit. Fucking amazing to me. I mean, I've lived in that region. I can honestly say I've never seen that. Yeah, well, that's cool. I'm just saying, you need to make some observation because your moon is rising 180 degrees opposite of what it's setting. Tycho craters all over the face of it, which it never should be, according to NASA. And every navigational training I've ever had, tennis ball and flashlight. Biggest thing truther channel. You're telling the truth, and I probably gave him the moon a long time ago. We made fun of him on a video. Three inches in Virginia Beach, huh? We got about 6 or 8 inches here. Up in Denver, where they usually get hard, they didn't very much. Oh boy, Nicholas, he's making my nipples hard. Give me a second. Here, we'll listen to more Admiral Byrd while I look for something for you.
Thrown out of a window.
I'll show you one of my favorite tea sets
2 months
ever.
After he got a distinguished
I don't know where the picture is,
Eisenhower,
but I know I got some.
Forrestal was with
So give me a
Admiral
minute.
Byrd on consultations. Byrd went down to see if Eisenhower and the Russians were correct that Adolf Hitler was down in Antarctica building secret weapons and so forth. All of the papers of Admiral Byrd are locked up top secret to this day. They're not available. Of one he saw, and right after he was met by Forrestal, shortly after that, Forrestal was murdered. And I'll give you the references on some of the books on the death of Forrestal and the meeting with Admiral Byrd. First of all, the Guinness Book of Records at the end of World War II, the greatest unsolved robbery was at the end of the war when the Reichsbank treasury was emptied of all its money and the bank vaults in Berlin were completely emptied out, and the headquarters for the World Monetary Fund in Basel, Switzerland, found that they had $15 billion in circulation that shouldn't exist. There was forged money. The code name was Operation Bernhardt. There were expert forgers. And so that this is the kind of money that could finance the operations that they're describing in this book. The prelude to the operations was that the money was available and somebody was making the equipment for these people that this book is writing about and manufacturing secret weapons for the future. Now, this book claims that Hitler planned far ahead to have a colony down in Antarctica. And if you buy the maps put out by National Geographic, 1957, there's a map of Hitler staking in 1939, 1937, his territory in Antarctica. He sent polar expeditions out. This book says the secret Nazi expeditionary force was headed by Captain Reicher, R-I-T-S-C-H-E-R. It took place 1937 and 38, their first expeditions. They landed in the Queen Maud Land
and what I'm looking for.
Bases there. They took over 11,000 photographs for map purposes and had a swastika flag dropped every 20 kilometers to substantiate the German claim that they had this land in Antarctica. It was a terrain claimed by Germany, Germany itself, for the first time, and they found warm lakes, an ice-free oasis, and an area, an unexplored area before that they gave German names, the mountains and the plateaus and so forth. It was free of ice, and there were warm lakes in this area, and other books that I have show the drawings. Now, added to the credence to these bases are the remarks of Mr. von Ribbentrop, this book says, at the outbreak of the war, World War II, in accordance with Germany's long-range political strategy,
Here's what
we
I
have
was looking
taken
for
into firm
specifically.
possession the Antarctic
Oh, it's
area
over 200.
called the New
Hang on.
Swabia,
Hang on, let me
and
see
it
if I
will
can
be
work it
and
out.
ensure a safe retreat in case of necessity, Mr. Ribbentrop said at the beginning of World War II. And this book has maps of the bird expedition going down after the war. They said Antarctica would be an ideal place for bases. There was no rust, no germs, no illnesses or decomposition, no bacillus,
Bam,
no
that
fly,
should
no
be
bugs,
it. Let me see.
and not even a common cold would survive. It would be a perfect place to live. And they show the food
Yep.
and the trays for someone
Enlarge
like
that and look at
Adolf
it
Hitler,
if you
who
can.
was a vegetarian. Now, this book shows in January 1947.
That's a
pictures
bookworm.
that Admiral Byrd took.
That's the handle and the spout.
Now, this book
And an
asks the
apple.
question: how could all this have taken place in the 20th century without detection? Or, they say, what steps
Now
were
that's
taken
a
to
traditional
discover the
tea
truth?
set.
Question mark. What has been done about the secret basis about their
And
existence?
that other
Why
link
did
is
the
just
world not hear
utter
about these incredible
sickness
events?
of
Obviously, Hitler's
stuff.
escape was soon discovered by others. There were statements of Stalin.
I forgot I had
Eisenhower,
pictures of.
and quoted sources, and they speculate the Nuremberg
I got
trial
my wind
was
chime in
staged
there.
to show that they had
Fucking.
surrounded and rounded up these particular Nazis.
This thing glows in the
Washington,
dark.
Moscow, and London
And it's all chain
decided
work.
that they had to go down to Antarctica to investigate what was happening. So they used the excuse of scientific work and set up a large expedition with 4,000 specially
But
selected
yeah, that first link is
United States
all of them.
Navy troops with an
I gotta
8-month
go
food
potty.
supply, 13 ships under the control of Admiral Byrd to make, in quotes, a scientific expedition composed of military types and no scientists. The U.S. Antarctic Battle Fleet left Norfolk, Virginia, December the 2nd, 1946, as battle groups, and England and Norway also sent forces down. Churchill, and this is a statement of Winston Churchill, and this comes in later to the UFOs and the bases and the confusion of UFOs that have continued since. Churchill at that time spoke of the Iron Curtain in 1946-47. He said, in quotes, the Crusaders in Europe, this is a quote, killed the wrong pig, end quote. Churchill realized they should have destroyed Bolshevik Russia and not Germany. The general public was told that this was a research mission to locate uranium and to study the weather. Admiral Byrd undertook this with the armed observation camps that were set up because the pole, the South Pole, lies between us and our enemies. And they considered in 1947 the enemies of Germany and the Nazis that had gone down there during the war and after the war,
Thank
and that
you.
they would be trouble.
Yeah,
with them, and they
he
wanted
said
to
he
find
wanted,
out.
that was for one of my wholesalers in Texas. He said, can I get a tea set with red and green? I was like, well, you gotta give me more than that. And he's like, well, red and green. So that was pretty much what he gave me. And I worked it out. Here, I want to show you something cool that I like doing. These are Insane Clown Posse, Evil Clown. Oops. Shit. Hang on. Insane Clown Posse, Evil Clown, color changing, goblets. I used to make those all the fucking time. There's Seamus on the torch, right next to it. Off to the left, anyways. And then some more amazing artwork off to the left. Oh, nice bubble. I remember that one. Oh, Seamus drawings. All kinds of shit. Pretty girls. Oh, shit. Harry Potter ones. Little sculptures of all sorts, little unicorn sculptures. Jesus. The whole Harry Waters. That's not. Here you go. This is something that is extremely high end, high dollar that I was making for a specialist dude that had an outlet sell the fuck out of those. Those are calligraphy sets, ink wells that change color when you put the dark ink in them, and very fine, very fine tip, glass tip fucking pins with interchangeable heads. These things fucking, it cost $20 a tip. They're not easy to make. And he had a box of them from 1800. He said, I think these are the last ones made. And I filled his box one. I really do. I love my job. This couple came in and asked if they could have an anniversary goblet set. And gave me a color scheme to go with. Her favorite colors, his favorite color. And I matched them I matched them pretty good. Here's a nice goblet. It's a Raticello base, tentacle handle, and an extreme heady cup. Thank you. Oh, it gets better. There's some crazy shit I was blowing in that fucking gallery. Oh, here we go. Here's Battle Ant and Micah Ant. You're going to see Battle Spider here in a minute. Watch. If these two popped up, I know Battle Spider's like right here. Because I sold Battle Ant with the spider tray. Battle Ant there is a dab poker. And of course, Micah Ant is a goblet. Here's a few. If you skip to the left of that picture, you see, oh shit, fuck. Okay. There's Battle Spider. Nice close up of his leg work, and oh god. This thing went for $800 wholesale when I was done with it. He sold for about 16 with the ant. Here's another picture of him on the side. Now, when he was done, he had a Raticello tray on his back that looked like a spider web. So he's not even finished yet. He's like half finished. This is the art gallery my friend owned in Galveston that I was working at when I was legalizing for the kids. You never knew what the hell we were going to make. Oh, here's some fuck. Oh, yeah. I forgot I even had these pictures. Here's some nice goblets. Again, with the tentacles, a whole row of them with a vortex marble and stuff. There's there's some crazy, incredible shit in here. There's battle ant again. There's the ducks. Oh my God, the ducks are not for sale. This used to piss off the customers because we didn't sell the ducks. We had ducks, they loved the ducks, and they were placed strategically around the shop so people would see them, but they were in a private collection. So we'd get them all frothy. They'd be like, I want the fucking duck. This one grandpa almost fucking pulled Christian over the counter one time. Fucking, my granddaughter wants a goddamn duck, man. I'll give you a fucking $500 for the goddamn duck. Thought he was gonna pop a vein, man. Christian just looked at him and says, "Settle down, man. I'll make you your own duck, but you can't have that one." And Grandpa just almost shit himself. He's like, "Okay." He goes, "Just 50 will do." So he made him a big old duck for his grandma. Great selling point, though. I'm telling you. Give the customer nothing. Let him buy nothing. Tell you it's a gallery. The duck's in private collection. You can't buy duck. It's not for sale. What? That was my most common reaction. What? What? It's not for sale. I've got one of the ducks hanging in my room. See, as I said, I opened a can of tentacles, didn't I? the duck's not for sale. Damn it. That's how it works. Oh shit. We had some fun. Oh shit. I wonder if I got a picture of that. I'll tell you what. Here's a picture of it. Not a good one. Let me see if I got a good one though. Not really. Oh, here's the spider. Once it's done in glow in the dark. I'm actually accenting the tray. You've already seen the spider, so here's the tray I was just telling you about, and it glows in the dark, and it looks like a spider web. Hey Sam, how you doing? Good night, Daniel. Oh, here it is in a better light, actually. Maybe I should look at these before I share them. I'm just pasting up all over the place. I'm showing off my pictures I didn't know I had, or I forgot I had. That one there's a really good picture of the spider. And Micah ant with his cup. There, we made it in the newspaper, front page and back. Oh, here you go. Here's a handpipe. This is one of my favorite handpipes. You hit out of the octopus's head. Well, actually, you hit out of the Kraken's head. Because technically, he has a pirate ship gripped up. That's a Kraken with a pirate ship pipe. You pack the bowl right there under the mast and hit it from the octopus head right there. I put those inside of bubblers too, just like that, with the bubbler attached to the octopus head and dangling inside the can. Add the motherfucking Kraken pipe. Not a crack pipe, but the cracking. You know. All right, I'm just gonna have to rely on a reflection so you guys can see this fucking masterpiece that I made that I don't have a good picture of. Now, you've all seen the tentacles and the spiders and all that shit. Below that, and in the mirror in the background, there's a great big ugly bubbler that's blue in sections, and in the clear section, it has a submarine in it that blows smoke out of it. And on the can of it, it's got a dolphin and all kinds of fucking crabs and shit in the back and on the can and shit. I wish I had a really good picture of it. But you can also see some of those huge marbles that I was innovating and making for people because some of those weren't for sale either. Oh, here's a good one. It's a little inline bubbler with a guy holding the bubbler up. It's not a bubbler, it's an inline rig. It went for some pretty good money. But you can see the sculpted person in the background. He's actually holding the bubbler. Hey, James. But that's an inline rig. Oh, shit. No way. So let me refresh. Okay, I believe this one is one of the okay. Papa Smurf is on a boat. Smurfette is over there doing something, and one of the Smurfs is swimming, all on the can of this bubbler, and I mean like 3D sculpted about this big, and they look like little tiny fucking stupid Smurfs. And you can see Papa Smurf hanging out there on his boat. Oh shit. That's some funny stuff. Oh. That's nice. Okay, here's a quail. That's not really a good picture. Yeah, that's gonna be about it for picture sharing. There you go. Now you got a little bit better idea of what you're looking at than what I usually do. I can do anything you want. Just draw it up. You look at the pictures, I do anything you want. You really can. Pretty much. It just give me a price point, draw me up, tell me what you want to spend on it, and I will make you fucking happy. It might even hit lower than your price point. It just depends. I mean, I'm not a very expensive glass blower either. Should be. I Honestly, some of the prices I just can't justify. That's all I got to say. I just can't do it. I got morals. I love my job too much to charge that kind of money. It's you know. But yeah, anything your mind can think of, I can pretty much do.
All the Nazi secret weapons down there and the
Just give her some thought.
Alexander Haig, in particular, where his loyalties are and where they're not, and the role of the United States down in the Falklands. And I
mean,
the real story has less to do with the Falklands than it has to do with
Star Wars chess set that I did. I hit a price point of $375 on that.
For you just last week. Monday, when I left the tape off, as the tape center was duplicated and printed up the sheets to go with it.
I've been down there all week.
That the printer was reading my newspaper while the copies were being made.
Well, I learned a lot doing it.
And
I can't charge somebody for learning. Especially a friend like Vince.
He says the Argentine invasion of the Falkland Islands may be a warm-up for.
Thank you. I thought, yeah, that was one of my favorite little sculpted bubblers I did was the Smurfs. I ran across that. I was like, oh God, I got to show that off.
And the CIA papers about the oil, the Argentine desire to have bases down there.
I know.
The Falklands. And
I'm in the wrong spot for business. I'm up here. I had to put my kid in those small town public schools so he could just do it without having to. All that shit. I got us in a small town.
The CIA has documents showing overlapping claims of the United Kingdom, Argentina, and Chile on the Antarctic Peninsula. And this is about the conflicts going down into what they really want and what will bring the United States.
Glass rings can break, man.
And then Jack Anderson writes, my associate, Dale Van Anna, who recently visited Antarctica, found the Argentine has been forceful, pressing its territorial claims. Isn't it interesting that he's down there? Because see, the average person thinks that Antarctica is just a lot of ice with a lot of penguins and nothing else going on. And all you have to do is get your National Geographic maps.
There's a couple of pipes I would buy back. Just because I fucking like them so much.
And locations and places there that are more than fascinating to study. And I mentioned last week the expedition of.
And I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure there's quite a few of them still around. I have doubts about the wind chimes. Lady lived in West Texas. I mean, I do make glass rings, but I mean, they're about guaranteed to break. I could do facets. I've seen some. I mean, you think about it. Think about it. I'd be happy making some rings, but a good chance they could break. Yeah, I'll bet you the tea sets are probably still around. Probably some of the art pipes. That big fucking bubbler thing was huge. I traded that to Christian for something. I forget what the hell I traded it for. But I don't think that big bubbler that I showed you in the background ended up in a good place. Yeah, I mean, I could make you a fucking octopus tentacle ring if you wanted. It'd be a little clunky. It'd probably break.
And the reason I'm reading this for those of you that didn't hear the program last week is that there is a lot of literature and a lot of hard evidence that the UFOs are man-made and they're made down in Antarctica by the Nazis.
There ain't no hurry. You know a guy.
Out of Argentina and in Antarctica with the United States technology.
You guys just got overwhelmed tonight with a whole fucking like, holy fuck, this guy actually does make stupid shit. I do. I can make anything you want. I make what pays rent right now. Everybody likes pipes. There you go. Think about it. Design, budget, and item, whatever you think would be best for you. I don't think rings would be a good investment personally, but I don't know. You might want to just set them up or something. I don't know what you got in mind. I'm just thinking, I know glass rings break. I know that. I've fixed many of them. It's your glass. People be like, broke my ring. It's glass. Most of the ones I fixed weren't the ones I made either. They're usually always someone else's. But I mean, I'm not blaming the person who made them. The glass. They're going to break. God, that is some delicious marijuana. So I usually talk people out of rings because they're glass. Oh my God. I made rings and necklaces and Harry Potter wands and all kinds of crazy stuff there. You never know what idea was going to walk in the door next. It was great. Yeah, I'm backing it up. Good God. So I'm going to turn it up and get to work.
Eisenhower,
I got work to do.
Forrestal with Byrd on consultations. Byrd went down to see if Eisenhower and the Russians were correct that Adolf Hitler was down in Antarctica building secret weapons and so forth. All of the papers of Admiral Byrd are locked up top secret to this day. They're not available. One you saw, and right after he was met by Forrestal, shortly after that, Forrestal was murdered. And I'll give you the references on some of the books on the death of Forrestal and the meeting with Admiral Byrd. First of all, the Guinness Book of Records at the end of World War II, the greatest unsolved robbery was at the end of the war when the Reichsbank treasury was emptied of all its money and the bank vaults in Berlin were completely emptied out, and the headquarters for the World Monetary Fund in Basel, Switzerland, found that they had $15 billion in circulation that shouldn't exist. There was forged money. The code name was Operation Bernhardt. There were expert forgeries. And so that this is the kind of money that could finance the operations that they're describing in this book. The prelude to the operations was that the money was available and somebody was making the equipment for these people that this book is writing about and manufacturing secret weapons for the future. Now, this book claims that Hitler planned far ahead to have a colony down in Antarctica. And if you buy the maps put out by National Geographic 1957, there's a map of Hitler staking in 1939, 1937,
Nice.
his
Free open
territory
film
in Antarctica. He sent polar expeditions out. This book says the secret Nazi expeditionary force was headed by Captain Reicher, R-I-C-S-C-H-E-R, and took place 1937 and 38, their first expedition. They landed in the Queen Maud land and established bases there. They took over 11,000 photographs for map purposes and had a swastika flag dropped every 20 kilometers to substantiate the German claim that they had this land in Antarctica. It was a terrain claimed by Germany Germany itself for the first time, and they found warm lakes, an ice-free oasis, and an area, an unexplored area before that they gave German names, the mountains and the plateaus and so forth. It was free of ice, and there were warm lakes in this area, and other books that I have show the drawings. Now, added to the credence to these bases are the remarks of Mr. von Ribbentrop, this book says, at the outbreak of the war, World War II, in accordance with Germany's long-range political strategy, we have taken into firm possession the Antarctic area called the New Swabia, and it will be and ensure a safe retreat in case of necessity, Mr. Ribbentrop said at the beginning of World War II. And this book has maps of the bird expedition going down after the war. They said Antarctica would be an ideal place for bases. There was no rust, no germs, no illnesses or decomposition, no bacillus, no flies, no bugs, and not even a common cold would survive. It would be a perfect place to live. And they show the food in the trays for somebody like Adolf Hitler, who was a vegetarian. Now, this book shows in January 1947 pictures that Admiral Byrd took of headquarters in Antarctica. Now, this book asks the question, how could all this have taken place in the 20th century without detection? Hardly, they say. What steps were taken to discover the truth? Question mark. What has been done about the secret bases, about their existence? Why did the world not hear about these incredible events? Obviously, Hitler's escape was soon discovered by others. There were statements of Stalin and Eisenhower and quoted sources, and they speculate the Nuremberg trial was staged to show that they had surrounded and rounded up these particular Nazis. Washington, Moscow, and London decided that they had to go down to Antarctica to investigate what was happening. So they used the excuse of scientific work and set up a large expedition with 4,000 specially selected elite United States Navy troops with an 8-month food supply, 13 ships under the control of Admiral Byrd to make, in quotes, a scientific expedition composed of military type and no scientists. The U.S. Antarctic Battle Fleet left Norfolk, Virginia, December the 2nd, 1946, as battle groups in England and Norway also sent forces down. Churchill, and this is a statement of Winston Churchill, this comes in later to the UFOs and the bases and the confusion of UFOs that has continued since. Churchill at that time spoke of the Iron Curtain in 1946-47. He said, in quotes, the Crusaders in Europe, this is a quote, killed the wrong pig, end quote. Churchill realized they should have destroyed Bolshevik Russia and not Germany. The general public was told that this was a research mission to locate uranium and to study the weather. Admiral Byrd undertook this with the armed observation camps that were set up because the South Pole, lies between us and our enemies. And they considered in 1947 the enemies, Germany and the Nazis, that had gone down there during the war and after the war, and that they would be trouble later, and they wanted to find out these were continuous enemies because they didn't believe the war was over, and they went down. Further questioning as to who the enemy was asked July 7th in San Diego, Chile, of Admiral Byrd, in quotations from El Mercurio, a newspaper down there. And he said the Axis powers had been only defeated and had unconditionally surrendered, but he really realized that they would rise again, and he had an interview in the paper in San Diego, Chile. It was soon learned that the scientific job, the mission, the task of observing the activities of the foreign power, Nazi Germany, in the South Pole region, was part of the activity that Admiral Byrd reported back. He wanted, in quotes, to break the last desperate resistance of Adolf Hitler. In case we find him inside his new Schwabenland in the Queen Land region, we will destroy him. In the Spanish book out at the time, Hitler está vivo. The United States expedition arrived and landed in Antarctica, and with them the latest in military gear and gadgets. So you see, It was a warfare military operation at that time. This isn't new. The United States
And they got their
bases
motherfucking
were
asses.
established and quickly expanded. Now, after they set up their bases and set up their equipment, the instruments went totally haywire. The performance gauges, the altimeters behaved in a most erratic manner, causing Admiral Byrd to abort the flight and return to his base on visual controls. The altimeters weren't working and he couldn't fly airplanes over there. It has been reported by papers and sources previously mentioned here that Admiral Byrd had located the secret Nazi base and was approaching it when an incident took place and he had to abandon the flight and some of his planes went down. He saw it duplicated and was warned about Hitler being there and a new Berchtesgaden garden called Hitler's Shangri-La. Now, it says that 48 hours after he located some of these bases, 4 of Admiral Byrd's planes were lost, some without a trace, others without any survivors. Admiral Byrd hastily abandoned all his efforts and disembarked all his force and came home. On board his flagship, the Olympus, he gave the following interview, translated in Spanish. This is March the 5th in Chile, 1947. It was the front page of the newspapers, and Admiral Byrd was talking about what he saw down there. In quotes, Admiral Byrd declared today it was imperative for the United States to initiate immediate defense measures against hostile regions. Now, he assumed that what was going on down there was hostile, but the reason he was silent and Forrestal was murdered was because the United States had the intent with Reinhard Gehlen, with the Hitler's agents after the war, and the Fritz Kramers and the Nazis that got out to continue the operations down there and not to stop them. He thought this was hostile region. The planes weren't working, all the meters weren't working, the planes were going down. The Admiral Byrd, this is Byrd, further stated he didn't want to frighten anyone unduly because it was the bitter reality that in case of a new war, the continental United States would be attacked by flying objects which could fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. Admiral Byrd repeated the above point of view resulting from his personal knowledge gathered from the North and South Pole that he could have, he said, at a news service, an international news service. During the press conference, the Admiral stated that in a quickly shrinking world, the United States could no longer derive any sense of security from its isolation or the geographic distance from the poles. The Admiral confirmed once again his belief that the entire Antarctic continent should be closely watched and surrounded by a wall of defense installations, since it represented the last line of defense for America. These defense measures, the book goes on to say, have been taken, but we have not had the defense down there, nor has Great Britain on those islands, while Antarctica and Argentina could build up whatever they want. He warned about this. Admiral Byrd further stated, no one could give a more accurate accounting of the true significance of the situation than he could, since he was there. When Admiral Byrd arrived in the United States and the significance of his findings found their way into the press, he was hospitalized. Now, how often have you seen that happen since 1946-47? No hard information since that time was ever unearthed, since he was interviewed in Santiago, Chile, in the newspapers and the press conferences there. When he got home, Byrd was hospitalized. No information came out after that. It seems that his frank statements to the press in South America on board the Olympus were not appreciated by the powers that be in Washington. Now, keep in mind, in 1946, 1947, that Hitler's chief of intelligence was in Washington, in the Pentagon, setting up the National Security Council, the National Security Agency, the CIA. We didn't have until it was formally inaugurated in 1947, but those years from 45 to 47, top Nazis from Germany were in the United States Pentagon making the plans for the future. Now, what is the future? The future is what you will see in tomorrow's headlines or what you read today. That is the future that is now. This book says when he was the first victim of a long string of prominent people removed from circulation. Now, these authors knew that he was the first of a long string. I'm sure he wasn't the first, and I know he wasn't the last, but I have said that many people have been hospitalized, have been caused, in quotes, their suicides, have been murdered, who had any inkling to catch on to these long-made plans that literally were traitors taking over America to continue what Churchill thought should have been done, fighting the Soviet Union at any sacrifice so that eventually our country is worthless in terms of what we're doing to our people here, and we've been geared to this war machine for this long, long time. This book states that for their honest belief in the unidentified flying objects and the fast speed that could go from pole to pole, people like Admiral Byrd were put in the hospital. Now, in conclusion, I'm not going to read much of this book. I'm just going to read 7 points of conclusion because it's a whole book on this subject and the Allies and how they sent Byrd down there and wondered if Hitler and they knew they top Nazis were in Argentina, and many, of course, went down after 1946 and 47 and are working in all the South American countries. This book has several conclusions on the points that I just mentioned, and they were the following. Many definite and important conclusions can be drawn from the reporting that took place. 1, the final outcome of World War II is yet to be decided. That was borne out by the late General and former advisor to President Eisenhower. He says the Second World War has not yet ended and was corroborated by Admiral Byrd's alarming phrase that in case of a new war, Hitler's last battalion is waiting for its own opportunity to tip the scale in the conflagration to come. Secondly, the over 40 small wars since 1945, including Korea and Vietnam, of which Alexander Haig and Henry Kissinger and Fritz Kramer were a part, and Reinhard Gehlen were supposed to provoke a premature showing of hands by the last battalion, but they again came along these last 44 small wars to bring us into a total debt that we never will be able to pay. Third, Hitler has defended that secret lair and successfully against Byrd as his numerous headquarters in Europe. Byrd was forced to retreat and to acknowledge the superiority of the UFOs and the secret weapons. 4, the new Third Reich, which I refer to always as the Fourth Reich, maintained its crucial time technology advantage over World War II adversaries. They maintained it, and by the time this book was written, they possibly increased it. 5, idealism has triumphed over materialism, in that the German state only was destroyed, but not the ideology of national socialism. And 6, finally, there is a 30-year cover-up by brain or more often by drawing of the true identity of where UFOs come from, their origins, and they have suppressed the unholy alliance of 1939 to 1945. The only real reason for the UFO cover-up, and this book was written a while back, and don't forget, when this was written, they didn't know that in 1982, of April 1982, the United States Supreme Court said you cannot have information on UFOs. It's national security. Everything on UFOs that you need to know is locked up. And what they wrote in this book on these secret weapons was the real and only reason for the insane UFO cover-up is to be found in the German origin. The Allies in the East and West have told so many lies, and now the Nazis are around, and it would be logical and natural for them to take revenge one day. The book is called Assault on Eternity, written by Leslie Rose, who made an expedition with Admiral Byrd and a participant in the 1956 Antarctic expedition with Rear Admiral Richard E. Byrd. This author referred to Byrd as a political admiral who was considered one of the nation's top military explorers, and he died in 1957. 23 years after his death, this Leslie Rose wrote in the book, the access to his papers remains closely guarded by his family. Now, all I have is a book review from the Washington Post. I don't have the book. It's been a long time, year and a half, but I don't have it yet. The papers of Admiral Byrd are locked up, and this biographer wanted to write a story of Admiral Byrd having gone on an expedition, but discovered that he was forced to cut the plan short when he was denied access to the Admiral's papers. This is somebody who went on an expedition with him in 56, but the 46-47 expedition was covered up. It was called Operation High Jump. It was after the World War II expedition, and that's what led Byrd down to Antarctica. Admiral Byrd had enemies within the service, this author said, because he had high up political connections that helped him leap to higher rank over others that came before him. Now, this is what happened to Alexander Haig, who graduated from West Point and was about 243rd down from the class and jumped above all of them to go over with Douglas MacArthur in Korea when he got out of West Point. He leapfrogged through the help of Henry Kissinger and the Rockefellers, a hand-picked general, to leapfrog. And the question is, did Admiral Byrd get his advantages because he covered up and allowed to be locked up what he saw in 1946 or 47? This book has just a brief description of the way, the book review of the way the material was locked up, and mentions that in 1947, when he returned, he was met by Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal, who greeted Admiral Byrd when he returned from that trip in Antarctica. I have several books on Forrestal. One is The Death of James Forrestal by Coral Simpson. They describe it as a murder mystery, not fiction. The murder of the first Secretary of Defense, James Forrestal. This book came out in, let me see if I have the year here. It's by Cornell Simpson, Western Islands publisher. I didn't write down the date that was published. I'll have to give that to you next week if you want. They said that murder was the overwhelming result of assassination plot, and it goes into how he fell out of the hospital at Bethesda, Maryland on an alleged suicide, but they concluded it was a clear case of murder. That's one book on Forrestal. Another one that I have, James Forrestal, A Study of Personality and Politics by Arnold Rogow, R-O-G-O-W, published in 1963, like Macmillan. May 22nd, 1949, James Forrestal, America's first Secretary of Defense, plunged to his death from the 16th floor of Bethesda Naval Hospital. He had been put in there for psychiatric treatment, and also when Byrd came home, as I say, he was put in the hospital for other illnesses. I don't know what they called it. They described him as an intellectual poseur, expert on Wall Street and big business. He worked with the power elite. Forrestal had rejected Catholicism and converted. It's a story of his biography, the controversies of Forrestal and his death, building up to his death at Bethesda Naval Hospital. And considering the links of Admiral Byrd and the secret papers to the Secretary of Navy, because Byrd was an admiral and Forrestal, he was Secretary of Defense at it, he had to report to him. And tragedy and secret followed everything that Byrd set out to do. He set out to find the answer to some questions, and all of his machinery went astray, and planes went down, and bodies weren't found. And he gave an opinion of what was happening and warned about World War III down there, that World War II never ended. And then the fellow that he reported to was dead, and Forrestal had been put in a hospital. The Washington Post had an article this week, or just last week, March 30th, Reagan backed Antarctica study. If you believe that, the news story, President Reagan has affirmed his administration's commitment to conduct scientific research in Antarctica with other Antarctica treaty scientists. Do you have any idea of the budget the United States has mailed down to Antarctica since World War II? If you go to the bookstores, the federal government bookstores such as Golden Gate in San Francisco, or the government printing offices, get the back literature. I have it in my files, a lot of it on books available to Antarctica. The building there, the shipping there, the money going there, the equipment going there. The United States hasn't let a hunk of ice sit there with a bunch of penguins on it and pretending we don't know what's going on there. this has been a place that is going to be more in the news. We've built it up, and now the chickens are coming home to roost.
They coming home.
Ready. Reagan asked the National Science Foundation to continue a budget to manage the Antarctica program. Can you imagine anything so asinine or insulting as if it hasn't been going on continuously, and all that area is charted out and mapped? There's the Rockefeller Plateau, there's the Hitler area. Get your maps on Argentina and Antarctica and how close it is to Argentina and see what's really going on. But the real issue goes back to what Admiral Birdz saw and wrote about that is locked up in the archives. The truth of what's going to come out of there is what's locked up that we haven't yet been allowed to see. Now, last week on this program, I talked about the confrontation down in the Falkland Islands. I referred to books on the UFO, the Nazi secret weapons, the activity down there, and the lining up of Alexander Haig, in particular, where his loyalties are and where they're not, and the role of the United States down in the Falklands. And I claim that the real story has less to do with the Falklands than it has to do with Antarctica. And if you don't have that broadcast, you can get the tape of 540 just last week. Monday, when I left the tape off at the tape center to be duplicated and printed up the sheets that go with it, I stopped at the printers. I was reading my newspaper while the copies were being made. And there was a Monterey Herald, the morning paper, with Jack Anderson's article, Threat to Antarctica. And he was saying, in effect, to paraphrase some of the sentences or give him the quotes, he says, the Argentine invasion of the Falkland Islands may be a warm-up for future assault on Antarctica. But next time, the U.S. toes may be tramped on. And he goes on to secret CIA documents that point to conditions for the aggression down there. And he leaves some of the important ones out, but he lists a few. And the CIA papers about the oil, the Argentine desire to have bases down there and to take the Falklands, and the controversy with the British and the CIA and the Argentine destroyers. At one time, sought to halt the British research vessels, but they didn't succeed. And Britain held on to the Falklands for a long time. And I'll go into a little history of that. He says there have been similar tensions over the Antarctic. The CIA has documents showing overlapping claims of the United Kingdom, Argentina, and Chile on the Antarctic Peninsula. And this is about the conflict going down and that what they really want and what will bring the United States in is Antarctica and not the Falklands. And then Jack Anderson, my associate, Dale Van Atta, who recently visited Antarctica, found the Argentine has been forceful in pressing its territorial claims. It was interesting that he's down there because the average person thinks that Antarctica is just a lot of ice, there's a lot of penguins and nothing else going on. And all you have to do is get your National Geographic maps going way back for 20, 30 years and you realize there's a lot of building, construction, and locations and places there that are more than fascinating to study. And I mentioned last week the expedition of Admiral Birdz. It was a top secret visit. And on the map of Antarctica, the National Geographic one, there's an area that says the most surprising discovery of Bird's operation, called High Jump in 1947, was a so-called oasis here. Ice-free blue and green lakes, really inner arms of the sea, were scattered among 300 square miles of bare brown hills. Brown hills, ice-free areas, green lakes, Admiral Byrd, 1947. Those were the areas that are top secret, that we're not allowed to see, that are locked up or destroyed. And those are the areas Admiral Byrd was talking about in the Chilean press on his way home. And then the documents were locked up. You haven't seen much in the last years at all, even though these maps have been published for a long time. Nobody seemed to take note. Now, last week I was talking about space stations down there and activity down in that area that has not been in the public eye very much yet, but it will. And I want to read just a couple of pages from a book called Messengers of Deception by Jacques Vallée. Vallée wrote this book in 1979 about spaceships. He wrote in 1979, let me summarize my conclusions about the UFOs. He says in the introduction, beginning of his book, the UFOs are real. They are an application of psychotronic technology. They are physical devices used to affect human consciousness. And the reason I'm reading this, for those of you that didn't hear the program last week, is that there is a lot of literature and a lot of hard evidence that the UFOs are man-made, and they're made down in Antarctica by the Nazis as weapons out of Argentina and into Antarctica, and with the United States technology, also in collusion with the United States Air Force and NASA and Nazi scientists. And that's why this area is so important.
And
He says they may not be from outer space. They may, in fact, be
everything before
terrestrial
Wilbur
space
and
manipulating
Orville,
devices.
all the way down
Their
to
purpose may be to
1904
achieve
moot
social
point.
changes on the planet.
The only
Their methods are
UFOs
those
we
of
made.
deception, systematic manipulation of witnesses and contactees, covert use of various sects and cults,
I got a
control
bag
of channels
of
through
dicks
which
for
the
you to suck on that
alleged space messages can make an impact on the public. He says the UFO researchers must realize that this involves, he says, politics. The UFOs will make an impact on our social reality.
No,
They
I'm
are
not
part
saying
of our
some of
political
them ain't right.
reality.
No, I ain't
They
saying
will
that
show,
at all.
his book, he says, will
I'm just
show
saying, fuck
the
off.
brutal consequences of the models, the way
There's
the
some real
UFOs are
shit going
used,
on too.
the apprehension that will give people, leading to
That
the
ain't us.
mutilation of animals that are taking place throughout the Western states, are part of the psychological manipulation. He said, a friend who read this book in manuscript told me not to watch it. That's what America wants to hear, he said. America wants the UFO to fly down from heaven like the Close Encounters of the Third Kind, filled with new hopes for mankind. America wants a shiny spacecraft to replace the deflated balloon of its religious values. If UFOs are connected with unexplained mutilation of cattle and with behavior modification on a grand scale, America doesn't want to know about it. Now he goes into what in England began as the Martian conspiracy. Incidentally, the arrival of the Martians was a sensational success. The Orson Welles show in New Jersey in 1938, the story of the Martians.
Yonder.
So the British intelligence used the title of the Martians, and he says in his book it was used by British intelligence during World War II. It had nothing to do with the Red Planet. It's a spy industry created to keep the Allied command informed on the moves and intentions of the Wehrmacht, of the German government. And it goes into the lies that the intelligence system needs and the subterfuge and the magic to keep people off their guard. And the ICS in London was set up by Winston Churchill. It was called the controlling system, the ICS, and it was weaponry by special means of this information. And the work of the Martians was to manipulate people, friends and foe alike, to keep them off their guard. Now, the London Control Factor, LCF, set up by Winston Churchill, the special means, was run by Colonel John Devlin. They had members, Major Morley, Derek Morley, Timothy Shipping Magnate, and Major Mary Gordon Clark. They used Professor Melville from another well-known person in British society, and they have links to various people in espionage that include Colonel Ronald Wingate. Wingate was the son of Wingate Pasha of the Sudan, the cousin of Lawrence Arabian, who was also in British intelligence in the Middle East. Leading businessman, shipping magnate, a millionaire industrialist, a large spy for youth, is the LCS, the London Control System of Winston Churchill, and they use the number XX double cross. That's what they were going to do, is manufacture and deliver intelligence that was confusing to people. And the beginning of this spy system during World War II then was transferred over to the disinformation department of the UFOs and the flying saucers, while the Nazis can continue to build those weapons down in Argentina or in South America. If they are man-made, that's where they're coming from. Jacques Vallée had 6 consequences, social consequences of this kind of disinformation operation, and I'll just read one of these to you, or two. He said the belief in UFO would widen the gap between public and scientific institutions. Someday our society will pay the price for the lack of scientific attention given to the UFO phenomena that we should have had, that the scientific will fight the other person who wants to be spiritual and break them in two where they should have applied the scientific principles and studied it right away. And then he says another motive is the irrational motivations of people based on faith are spreading hand in hand. As things go bad, we want to believe in something. It has no scientific basis that it's coming from another planet or another place, and we'll hold on to it, and it will split us apart on what we believe in. I know this is true because I'll do a lot of research on one subject, such as the Kennedy assassination, and then other researchers will say, well, stick to Kennedy and don't get to UFOs because they're impossible.
I showed you, and she's wrong about that
studying
too.
them simultaneously with each other and then coming
she's wrong
to
about
the same
everything she
conclusions or
fucking talks about.
differing based on actual evidence. And that was one of the purposes, to divide opinion and break people up while the activity was going on. For those of you who have the book, The Crime and Punishment of I.G. Farben, the large chemical compound that has been written up as
and I think that's on purpose.
For, again, the supremacy, the end of World War III, finalizing World War II, and controlling us through corporations and chemicals. During World War I, the chemical compounds in Germany needed gunpowder. They needed salt. They had to go to Chile for saltpeter. They had to get synthetic ammonia in order to make gunpowder, and they had to scale the world and find out where to go. They had to convert the ammonia into nitric acid. This is the book on I.G. Farben. The munitions industry needed nitric acid, and they looked around for various areas where they could get it from, particularly from Chile. And then there was a shortage in nitric acid during World War I. And all of a sudden, the German Admiralty, according to this book, devised a bold and imaginative plan worthy of the stakes involved. The goal was to capture the British-owned Falkland Islands, which was during World War I, an unfortified coaling and supply base for British naval vessels at the tip of South America. These islands were the southernmost hinge of the British blockade, standing guard over trade routes to the west coast of South America and Europe. Their mission was to capture the Falkland Islands, and they embarked on what they called the Battle of Nitrogen, by going down to Chile and South America and getting the nitrogen they needed for their gunpowder. The British Admiralty learned of the presence of the ships off of Chile and the German commander, and they set down ships and stopped this grabbing of the Falkland Islands at the time. They were able to put the Germans off of grabbing the Falklands, which was important, the harbor there, and for shipping and so forth. And it goes into the fact that Winston Churchill, in his book, after the war, The World Crisis, doesn't mention the Falkland Islands, and they said he apparently didn't know it's important. But Winston Churchill was very much a part of an area that I'll go into at a later time when the war was over, when he said we fought the wrong person, when he helped the Nazis, he realized he should have fought the Soviet Union. And I don't believe that Winston Churchill knew that the Falklands wasn't important. I think he left it out of his book because at the end of World War II, the Falklands and Antarctica were already built up and were getting built up, particularly the Antarctica area. So that the Germans had to turn back, and the Germans' dye-stuff industry had to go other places. They were looking for bromine, chlorine, and so forth down in that area. But Falkland was important there for the war materials in World War I. So you know that it's important right now, and it's been an area that we haven't been taught about in our schools in geography, but other people have watched it very carefully. The conflict of the Falklands is the sea route, the entree to Antarctica. Antarctica has been built up for years. It was staked out in the 30s by Admiral Birdz, by Adolf Hitler in late 30s, 38, 39. That there is atomic energy down there. There's desalinated water. There are roads and industry. It is a prototype for space stations. It controls that area. It controls 3 major seas. It is strategic for future wars, Star Wars, space wars. And yes, the British, the Americans can't really talk about what it's doing there, what the trouble is, because we armed this thing secretly. We have had secret passes to get there. It is one of the best kept secrets of the past 30 or 40 years. The bringing of Nazis to this country, to Antarctica, to Argentina, to South America with the technology for the weapons for the next war. Spotlight also has a story, Britain terrified by Gaucho bomb. We told you an article last February the 8th, Argentina had nuclear capability and how it was achieved. And they say now the media is trying to blame the Nazis behind it. It's not just Nazis alone. It's a lot of big money that has allowed the Germans to transfer this technology from Germany down to Argentina. Sure, the German scientists and the Nazis designed it, but it's very important to note that not Nazis alone have made this mess in these various countries. The Falklands are important because they're necessary to study for what the major media has kept from you in terms of technology, of military hopes for the area, how it'll be controlled, because the goal of Adolf Hitler and the Fourth Reich and the Bormann Brotherhood was to control the airways. The satellites, the space stations are more important even than any single army. And those are the places where the launching can be done. Admiral Birdz said it's in the 40s. It's been proven and tested down there, and that is why it's an important area. I have been talking the last 3 weeks about the Falkland Islands and the Antarctica connections to Argentina and the importance of Antarctica to world affairs. This is an area that's been long ignored by persons in teaching geography, teaching history. It's up to us to find it for ourselves, but I have reason to believe that Antarctica is much more important than we were even directed. Fine. Oh, Matthew, are we on now? Can I start over? Keep going? Yeah. Okay. We were going to start over just in case and say it's like Russell, broadcast number 543, May the 2nd, 1982, just in case you didn't get on the tape. Regarding the Falkland Islands, the Argentine conflict with Great Britain, the last 3 weeks I've been going into Antarctica, the importance of Antarctica in terms of history, of what's down there, of what has been linking the possible Nazi connections, the UFO connections, the space stations, what is going on in Antarctica, and some articles in the New York Times and a few other articles, very few, have brought out the importance of Antarctica to the Falkland Islands and to Argentina. But this is an area that, as I just briefly said before, we were on, off there, I'm not sure at that time, we were never taught in geography classes what was going on in Antarctica. Well, there's a lot of literature out about the area. I have never really pursued it or looked for very much in the many articles that have been published, except that I do take a bulletin from the government on the Antarctica development and do cut out articles from time to time. And this week I went into depth into 3 articles that were in the National Geographic that I outlined on this particular area to see what I had missed in the past, to go back and just look at some of the things that are happening down in there, because I do think it has a lot to do with controlling the entire area. What Argentina would have if they would get Great Britain out of the area, what they would be controlling in terms of not only oil and mineral and resources, but what else is going down there. Now, the March 1964 National Geographic had a section on Operation Deep Freeze that began in 1963. That was the year that John Kennedy was assassinated. That was quite a long time ago. And they used those controversial Lockheed C-130s to take large staffs of people down to Antarctica. The C-130s came into the news recently with regard to the Western Airline and Neil Burt and the delivery of C-130s, these huge transports to Gaddafi, that the government had stopped the shipment. We had held them up in Atlanta, Georgia, and didn't want Gaddafi to have these huge planes. But what I didn't realize was that in 1963 and 1964, the United States had large C-130 transports that they were taking from Andrews Air Force Base, which is part of the Space Shuttle program, down to Cape Town in South Africa, and then down to Argentina. And that there were stations in Antarctica, 5 run by Great Britain at the time, 4 by Chile, and 3 by Argentina, and that these airplanes could fly 4,700 miles from Cape Town, South Africa, and they could carry 3,600 gallons of 3,600 gallons of gasoline, or 145,000 pounds of fuel for each plane. That the process for delivering large amounts of equipment was possible as far back as 1963, that Lockheed C-130s, those huge transport planes, and that they used them, according to the National Geographic, to take a lot of equipment down to Antarctica and also to study the stresses of hostile environment for possible use in space, which I read later in the New York Times just several weeks ago, the importance of Antarctica in terms of space laws or how to manage space colonies, the laws that apply to Antarctica or to space colonies or colonies on the moon. But this goes way back. The development began a long time ago, and the technology for moving large amount of people and equipment began. And this one National Geographic article says that Antarctica will serve as a way station between South Africa and Australia. It was serving, this was early in 1963, and in 1962, we had begun to send the huge transports. And one of the first people to go down there with this operation of the C-130s was Lowell Thomas, who was a famous newscaster who was strongly identified and linked with the CIA. Another article I read about Antarctica that was even more interesting, the National Geographic October 1968, was just a mind boggler. And the title of that article that I had is Antarctica, the Icy Testing Ground for Space. And I looked at the issue, which I never was aware of before, of who was on the board of trustees of the National Geographic, because this particular article had such shocking information in it in terms of what is happening in other places around the world today. And on the board of directors was Lawrence Rockefeller, Juan Trippe, that's Trippe, who was chairman of Pan American World Airways, and that's the airline that was trying to get monopoly of all the routes to South America and down to this area. And they fly Navy planes down to Antarctica. This was in the National Geographic article, and their Pan Ams are available for the Navy to fly down there also. This last week, Eastern Airlines was given the route that Braniff had to stop the monopoly of Pan Am throughout entire South America. But Mr. Tripp was honorary chairman of the board of Pan Am World Airways, was part of National Geographic Society, and Earl Warren, the great Chief Justice of the United States in 1968. Now, Earl Warren headed the commission to investigate the murder of John Kennedy, and there were Nazis involved in Argentina that he covered up in his investigation purposely. He had information that he could have pursued down to Argentina of the links to Lee and Marina Oswald, and to Lee Oswald in the Dallas-Fort Worth area with Walter Dornberger and the space program that Warren and the Nazis that were linked to Bell Helicopter Aerospace in Texas. Earl Warren had covered up the Nazi connections of those persons down in Argentina in this area, including Werner von Braun, who would travel down to Antarctica. He was a visitor down to these stations that he called future moon stations. Earl Warren was on the board of the National Geographic, and also Curtis LeMay, former chief of staff of the U.S. Air Force, and Mr. William Martin Jr., chairman of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. It was quite an interesting group, and James Webb of NASA, the administrator for NASA, and NASA, Werner von Braun and Roland Dornberger were named in the Torbett document, and another information in one part of the five-pronged group that were involved in the killing of John Kennedy. And the Rockefellers had given money and identification to George Marshall when he was suspected of being a Nazi war criminal. He was Lee Harvey Oswald's associate. So on the board of National Geographic, with the activities going down in Antarctica, a lot of activity. There was Lawrence Rockefeller and Mr. Tripp from Pan Am, Earl Warren, James Webb from NASA, and Curtis LeMay, and the head of the Federal Reserve System. And the one article says that over the past 75 years of National Geographic, and this was dated 1968, up to 1968, they had more than 70 articles on Antarctica, and I was never aware myself that there was such a large amount of information accumulated about this particular area, what was going on. And they said that they now have a work on the South Pole they have for dozens of years, and there's at least 40 scientific outposts. Now, this was in 1968, that there were 4 stations there and outposts going on all the time down at the South Pole. This article also said that they had a nuclear power station in Antarctica. And I mentioned several weeks ago the possibility and references of these man-made UFOs coming out of
There's
the
some good information
Antarctic
here,
area in
but
the
still.
South Pole linked to the Argentine military regime and the Nazis in South America. This one National Geographic in 1968 said they had a nuclear power station. They had a nickname for it called, well, it's so ridiculous. It was called Nuki Poo. Okay, that's their nuclear power station. They generate electricity from atomic heat, and they distill fresh water from the sea for a settlement of 1,000 men in the summer and 200 during the fierce winter.
These are actually old news.
Now, National Geographic, with a long list of scientists on the board, in addition to these other
There's
people,
radiation leaks up there, and people
they
get sick now.
distill fresh water from the sea. And I'm wondering about droughts in Biafra or Nigeria, Liberia, Kenya, Ethiopia, with masses of starving people, huge masses of humanity. You've seen on television, on World Vision, and I've done programs on this before, being allowed to die because the area is dried up, there's drought, there's no food, and a large group of Christian organizations coming in and teaching them that if they turn to Christianity, God will save them. And huge masses of people, 10 to 20 million, dying every year from drought and lack of water. And how is it possible that they are desalting water for people living down in Antarctica? Either I'm not reading this correctly, or there's something going on that most of us are not aware of. And I really believe that that is the truth, because I know at the end of World War II, the Germans had sulfur medicines and prescriptions that the United States didn't get for a long history of years. There are certain countries that have.
It sounds a lot like Gina a lot of the time.
And health situations this country doesn't have, and we prolong illnesses where other cures are available.
I don't think that's
in
an
other
accident
places.
either.
Now, if there is atomic energy down there, and if there is fresh water from the desalting, then the droughts and the genocide that's going on of the large masses of population has to be purposeful, because if you could provide the technology from the tip of the ocean down the South Pole, you could be doing the same thing around Africa or Central America or wherever there's drought.
So
this one particular issue in 1968, October 68, talks about desalting water, and that's how they live down there. This article also talks about biologists from the Jet Propulsion Lab.
You hearing this bullshit?
And psychology, and how men would live under stress.
Good night, Nicholas.
Into isolated spaces for future space stations and colonies up in space and moon colonies. Well, the people like Jacques Vallée have said that the UFOs are man-made.
A lot of screens. Everybody's on one. I'm on one. Look, I'm on the big screen. I'll be back. I need a cookie.
Technology that many of us might have overlooked. If you can believe National Geographic and their sources, and again, this 1968 issue has a picture of those huge airplanes, the C-130 Hercules, coming in and supplying laboratories, and it says they built large roads and this construction work, and it goes into the use of bringing equipment to Antarctica and the South Pole by the Lockheed C-130s, and there evidently is a lot more building than we know is going on, and it describes the building and the road construction and the housing and the open water that's available, and there's a picture of dry areas similar to the mesa in Arizona that many of us don't associate with the South Pole. This article, the same article, says the Navy chartered Pan American Airlines down as early as 1957 down to Antarctica.
Okay, donuts will work.
Shows an area in Antarctica. It's one of the strangest regions in Antarctica is the Scott Coast. Behind that area, there's the towering Royal Society Range. There's valleys that are ice-free, desert-like, like the mesa lands of the American Southwest. And it goes in, again, I described brown hills and clear water. It's a Wright Valley and several others like it slope inland rather than to the sea. And there's the Onyx River, a stream that bubbles, and seems to go up Hayden towards a lake, Lake Vonda, and they tell about drinking water, icy water from the lake, and having a hot tub and refreshing themselves on a desert in Antarctica that doesn't have snow or ice at all. So that you get a different view when you read some of the back issues, which I started to do, of Antarctica. I don't have all 70 that they published up to 1916, but a few of them. And in terms of chronology, by 1968, according to this issue, travel to Antarctica is almost routine travel, like going to any distant land. In 1968, they started Operation Deep Freeze, which was supposed to be scientific research. In 1968, the C-130s had airlifts of scientists and the huge Hercules airplanes, and they made daily flights around areas, visiting different stations. And the same article refers to diesel bulldozers, huge tractors, trailer trucks, graded roads, cargo ships with icebreakers that came and went. And they had, as I say, the use of nuclear power down there since 1963. And that they wanted to make a prototype for living future on the moon. And that in January 68, Werner von Braun was there. He was there lots of times, but this just mentions one particular time, as well as biologists, physicists, and psychologists studying people's reactions to living under these cramped conditions. So this has been a place of building. I knew that there was a lot of money going down constantly. I mentioned that on the program before. There's a lot of building, something that we can't even visualize how much there is. And it could be that Jacques Vallée's interpretation of where those UFOs came from could indeed come down from the same place as the atomic energy that could fuel those very UFOs that he says are man-made, that are seen all around the world, but particularly down that area. Another National Geographic article in 1976, of June 76, tells about the National Foundation going down there in Antarctica 1966. And it gives a little history of Admiral Byrd and his first exploration. And I talked several weeks ago on the secrecy of Admiral Byrd's papers of what he saw in 1946 and 47 that were locked up. So he went down there in 1933 because this was his first time ever an expedition with a appointed honorary postmaster of Little America in 1928 to 1930. The National Geographic Society encouraged and helped find him, and was going to go back for a second expedition from 1933 to
Hatches going out.
So 1928 to 1930, he was encouraged to go down to the South Pole.
So that's what that looks like.
3 to 35.
Now the stem was right there in the bottom.
Expedition. So
where it belongs.
The National Geographic published a map in 1957 and again 1963 of an area
by design, motherfucker, not by accident.
Pulled in 1939. That doesn't sound so bizarre. Why wouldn't Adolf Hitler stake out a place from 1938 to 39 if Admiral Byrd is down there from 1933 to 35?
Yeah, I just posted up a whole bunch of links up there. If he was around, a bunch of pictures that ain't been around. I forgot I had.
Advanced than us on many of the technologies for surviving down there, I'm sure, and they had the rockets and missiles that we brought to this country as soon as World War II was over, and brought the scientists, as many as we could, to the United States and to the space program. So Antarctic area, the South Pole, was not unknown to the Germans any more than Admiral Byrd, and it wasn't an isolated thing that they staked out this area. And
that's because the whole fucking thing was organized and orchestrated from the Vatican, you dumb bitch.
The atomic energy was down there. We can't seem to get atomic energy going in this country.
The whole fucking thing
our plants
was
like
a false flag.
Down at San Luis Obispo, or 30 other plants have been temporarily shelved or they're not working. What techniques do they have down there that have worked continuously? We haven't read about any leaks or any problems. And what way do they support themselves?
Sorry, but I covered this in extensively in a previous video.
used for 20 or 30 years that has not been shared.
Not you. I'm
with
talking to
rest
the
of
one on the
world,
radio.
Which would be a good tool, a weapon.
About
able
World War
to
II,
sustain their own
Balfour
water system.
Declaration,
Obviously,
Nazis,
that's being done down there,
nationalists,
and nowhere else it seems in the world,
married
at
the
least we're not
Zionists.
told about
We
it.
moved the Zionists
Another
into
friend
Israel.
sent me an article from National Geographic,
And it was all about Anunnaki rule,
1962,
governed from the
and it
Vatican.
showed John Conley.
And this bitch acts
was
like she doesn't know
Admiral
anything
Byrd.
about it.
Conley was Secretary of the Navy, and he was active with the astronauts, of course. And on the stand, there's a picture of them, old comrades here. John Conley Jr., then Secretary of the Navy.
That's what I'm saying.
Praised Byrd's determination and sheer grit.
How you
Going
doing,
down to
Pat?
Antarctica. Well,
I'm full
John
flame
Conley,
today. Woo!
if you
Bitches,
read the
stand up!
private document, worked with an organization called Permindex, and worked with NASA and Werner von Braun, who was frequently down in Antarctica, and Walter Dornberger from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Dornberger lived in Texas when John Conley left the Navy and became the governor of Texas. And he was both involved in the planning and the cover-up, at least the cover-up, of the murder of John Kennedy, and I believe Dornberger had even
We're going to put in
his role. He was Werner von Braun
Jackie O'Day.
for the assassination.
Period.
Some
smoke, reverberation, come through, smoke through the wound, point blank. She was only one in contact. Period. And you can see her ditch the gun. If you watch real good. Right behind the seat. That's going out the back.
The future of the Falklands or the British Argentine struggle is how much
the body language, the whole parade, is like on one side of the car, way away from her, leaning out of the car almost, like she's expecting a headshot right next to her.
Over the past 37 years,
he takes one in the neck, she looks over, pops someone right behind the ear. On camera. It's amazing nobody saw it before. Now, some people saw it. Some people see it. Not many. All you gotta do is look at the wound and follow it through.
What was arguably even more controversial.
They don't even have that one on the autopsy. That was not even mentioned on the autopsy. So that red flag.
Totalitarian communism.
You're looking right at it, spraying.
Consolidate power. Churchill reportedly explained
brain everywhere.
The wrong kid.
They didn't even mention it
Was made by
in the fucking autopsy.
After the end of the
But you're looking at it.
When he said that America defeated the wrong enemy. Of course, the powers that be are more afraid of people waking up to the truth about World War II than any other topic, which is evident by the degree of censorship that exists. Whenever those fictional narratives
They say they, yeah.
But wonder.
It's amazing.
If Churchill, Patton, or the soldiers that died during World War II could see the world today, would they still volunteer to fight with the same patriotism and optimism?
No.
Would they look at the corrupt media, world leaders, and question who the real enemy?
Yes.
My name is Robert Sepper. I'm an anthropologist. My published work is available on Amazon.
That's the only good thing I liked about that whole fucking hour and a half.
They make a great gift. If you'd like to support my work,
fuck you, Robert. God dang it, he's gonna hear from me. I got some comments to make.
Section for those that are interested.
I've got some comments for you, Robert.
Please hit the like button. Subscribe.
I'm not gonna hit your like button on this one, buddy.
I look forward to reading your comments.
Not getting it.
So please leave me your thoughts below.
No likes.
Please have a wonderful weekend, and I hope to see
for me. You guys do it. I don't give a fuck. I didn't like it.
Proof not only of a shocking murder, but also the first.
It upset me the whole time. Listening to the babble. Where the fuck is this coming from? Did Robert sell out? Because the last couple have been kind of sellout fucking videos coming out of his ass. And he ain't
I need to cross the Mediterranean to Cleopatra's
Like,
homeland.
struck me as a sellout too often. I don't know what's going on there. I really don't, because that whole thing was full of fucking bullshit. I don't know. I mean, it had good information, but I mean, fuck that bitch. She acted like, she always does. She's like a female 333 if you want to get down to it.
The golden age of Egypt was past. Its future.
How you doing, Lauren? Yeah, well, I can't remember her name, but I mean, I'm pretty sure it's Catherine Austin Fitz. I can't remember. It's earthfiles.com, that lady. She claims to be some kind of researcher, and her research is fucking... You heard my opinion for the last hour about it. She's a misinformation agent, and she gets a lot of press. Mama's pushing hard. No wonder I got heartburn. Excuse me, fuck. I thought the donuts and milk could kill it. Didn't. Excuse me while I puke on you. Sorry. That was rude. I forgot I'm not alone. Oh, shit. Yes. Very cute. Yes. Matter of fact, thanks for reminding me. I did. Here, let me grab this while I'm at it. Here's the... Which one is this? This is the right. So this is the X-ray thing for the right side. It's in glittery metallic stuff and heavy in lead and
but resisting the Romans could involve going to war. Military machine on Earth.
Fuck. You got the heart magnet on there. That's gold and cambium. Cambium. That's what makes that red so vibrant. It's cambium. It's right next to lead, and yes, it's radioactive. So it might show up on the fucking X-ray like a real one. But I gave her a bonus. And you can see clearly it's a heart magnet pendant. That is the favorite thing I made yesterday. And it's got a fancy clasp. See, it'll hang this way. But it's twisted like a double helix. Oh, shit.
Alexandria. She found herself in exile. But Cleopatra wasn't finished yet.
Cambium.
There was one
Yeah.
sure way to get back at Ptolemy.
That's what makes that red so vibrant.
Cleopatra was her father's daughter.
This red.
And he was afraid.
But yeah, this is a bonus
He had written in
to our
that if there was conflict over
radiologist.
succession, Rome should be the impartial judge.
So she gets a little pendant to go with the double helix twist, and I really do. I like the heart magnet. It's got the hole all the way down. Hold it like one of my roses. You look cute.
Cleopatra knew she had to get to Caesar.
So that's a little bonus. So I didn't feel right about just your two little placards. Like, come on. I give you a freebie.
But she was a woman of surpassing beauty. Power. Cleopatra decided to seduce Caesar. A move which would have fatal consequences for her.
Oh shit.
And for her
She's fucking seducing people again. Fucking Cleopatra. Can't keep it in her pants. Turn her dingly cobra. Wonder if she's related to Ra.
Armed with state-of-the-art forensic science, Dr. Fabian Canis is brought in to examine the skeleton. If the bones from the octagonal tomb are male, theory will collapse at the first argument.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you know what kept me sane for years? The moon doing cartwheels. I knew I was on the right track and nothing could shake me. That's all I had. Truly. I knew what it meant and wanted to know why. Exactly. That's the only real fucking question I had when I started this shit. Because, like I said, I knew what it meant. Freaked me out, man. It took me a year after I saw it, October 2010, on my birthday, October 29th, 2011. My son and I hit the state line in Arizona heading east. On my birthday, I left my first state. And that wasn't even planned. We just fucking, that was the day it was. Yeah, I got the videos too. Like I said, they're very cute. A happy mama with her new baby.
I would say between 7, maybe 8. We also are seeing it was Cleopatra's younger sister. And Cleopatra was 18 when she came to the moon.
Yeah, things started becoming pretty apparent in 2013, 2014. Weird things really started happening a lot and then became normal. Been watching the process for a while, huh? Yeah, I'm glad I can help piece everybody's puzzle together as to why, because I mean, that was a burning question in my heart. I wanted to know what the fuck I did to turn Earth on its side. I was like, what the fuck is going on now? That was like my whole attitude that whole year. I was like, damn it.
It's very delicate. It's very
nice. You got plenty of newspaper, I hope, so until she gets good at going out. Even if she, does go out, I'm sure she does, but it's just a puppy.
History suggests Sirius' older sister Cleopatra was slim too. Famously, she used her size to smuggle herself back from exile into the royal palace.
I don't think I can get it.
Cleopatra sailed into Alexandria with the ship and landed close to the palace just as it was getting dark, and she was able to enter undetected.
Patches, go lay down. I gotta open up a new page to get to my comments. I already got the video. Oh, you're talking to somebody else. Well, so I already got the videos and the pictures. It's cute as hell. She got a new puppy. Did you link it in this video's comments down below or the last one? Because I don't know if it even does. I don't know how it works. John's got it all open for me, though. You should be able to apply links. But some reason it doesn't let you in fucking live chat, which is ass. Because I would like you to just be able to fucking link it. But it's some reason only the moderators can do that.
Others have written long before
Oh,
that
okay.
her hair was mussed with so deft a touch as to give the air that she had been tearing at it.
Trumpet news. Oh God, I'm already afraid. Several layers of scared on that one.
To the Roman leader.
Just from the title. Oh dear.
I have been driven from my father's throne. I shall be an exile forever, unless your guiding hand restores me to my rightful destiny. And therefore, I, you, beg of you.
Alright. Go watch
Hearing her
it.
speak,
It's in.
word Caesar was
Alright, I gotta
instantly
turn down the.
captivated.
I got. Hang on.
He spent the whole night.
Hang on a second. I gotta find the. Wait a minute. I gotta find out what I'm doing first. I'm gonna go over here and look at my chat bars. Oh shit. See? Now I'm causing trouble. Where's my comments? Ain't no comments in here. Let me do it again. Shit. Shit, fuck. I don't see no links. Or do I have to go to your channel and see it? So I could do that, I suppose. I don't see anywhere to put a link, to be honest. It's on your channel, though? Yeah, okay, I've gone so far down, I forgot what the hell I'm looking for. What's the title of it? It's worth about another 30 seconds for me. My kiln's hot. What's the title of it? It's called Trumpet News. So I'm looking for, I don't see Trumpet News in your videos. I don't know. Let me look again. How old is it? I mean, I'm like 4 days in. I mean, help me out here. Draw me a map. Don't make me look at everything. And today, you put it up today. What's the title of the video I'm looking for, Remnant? I kind of need that. I'm over here fumbling for what? For what? What am I looking at? Is this important? Yeah, you said it's Trumpet News. Now That opens me to a YouTube studio. I can't use that link. Alright, I see warning. Are you onion? Oh my god, what? And then there's what? Lord help. What's up? Are you serious? Or is it here, let me go to oldest first. Second one in 11 October. Okay, so I've gone to both. I've gone all over your page. I'm just gonna continue to work now. And leave off where I was. On this history channel thing. Yeah, let's listen to Dracula. That sounds more interesting. Sorry, bro, I gotta work. It's freaking 1 o'clock in the morning.
In an age
I'm
of
not.
science, one tale of the
It's
supernatural.
1 o'clock in the morning. I need their instructions because
The legend of the vampire. Pale, elegant, aristocratic.
I don't know.
He is embodied in Count Dracula.
Maybe I can't understand English because I know I read something that wasn't on your page.
And irresistible. By day, he hides his face
Maybe I
from
read
the
it
sun.
wrong.
By night, he
Probably.
escapes the velvet confines of his coffin and flaps off to drain helpless damsels of their lifeblood.
I'm gonna make a couple of.
In graveyards and archives around the world, scholars discover the uneasy truth about vampires. And they're realizing that ancient people had compelling evidence for the belief that the dead could return to prey on the living. When disease runs rampant, vampires stir.
I'll prep up a couple coffee pots and I'll make tomorrow. At least one.
He is any stronger, and being stronger, I get more power to get bigger. This vampire is a monster. Is of himself so strong in person as thinking one. He is a cunning more and mortal, for his cunning is a great opportunity. He can digest the elements, the storm, the fog, the thunder. He can command all mere things, the flash and the wind. He can grow and become small, and he can chance to anything becoming real. Now then, how does it begin? Like this. So wrote Bram Stoker in his 1897 novel, Dracula. The story of the evil count has been thrilling readings for over a century.
If you love the link, I'll see it in the comments later. There isn't even I couldn't even leave a comment myself on my page. I don't know what the fuck.
The same day.
Getting lagged or something. Maybe. I don't know.
Stoker blended legend and history to conjure.
It seems like some people see comments and I can't even fucking see them on my own page. It's fucked up. And I know you guys can use those links too. I can't. It won't let me. It's got me locked in here. I have to actually open up a new tab physically myself and find it. And that's something I'm not looking at.
And scientists who pursue the real story of vampires agree. Fact is more compelling than fiction. But they find themselves pursuing very different paths.
But if you leave it in the regular comments, man, I'll look. I'll find it.
Historians stalking the real have more than ample evidence that he existed. He was one of the world's great sadists, perhaps, but not a vampire. Folklorists on the trail of vampires are finding that for as long as human members stop, people have been going to extraordinary and gruesome lengths to make sure the undead stay in their grave. And archaeologists sometimes dig up evidence as well, like this 200-year-old corpse excavated on the Greek Isle of Lesbos. 8 stakes have been driven through its neck and remain.
Fuck!
Scholars at last are dragging vampires.
Motherfucking, they wanted him dead.
Take a good long look.
8 stakes been driven in.
That the vampire of folklore really resembles its elegant Hollywood counterpart.
They didn't like him. He wasn't a popular guy.
They're terrific.
He got 8
between the vampires of
fucking stakes stuck in his corpse.
For one thing, he's a peasant. He is
Good.
Holy swollen rather than thin. There is nothing recorded about this.
That's some fucked up shit.
Let alone
That's some fucked up shit. That's some fucked up shit. I don't give a fuck what you say. That's some fucked up shit.
And there are no bats in the folklore. The famed blood-drinking vampire bat was named for the vampires of ancient lore. Only in modern fiction do vampires change form. So if you go looking for vampires,
Red and blue both.
you'll find
They're hanging out.
back-loving cave aristocrats who are long in the tooth. Sometimes vampires don't even drink blood. Vampires are believed to be the prematurely dead who return from the grave to bring death and disaster to family, friends, and neighbors. Though they look like ordinary people, they're extraordinarily restless. Peace comes to the vampire only when its corpse suffers any one of 1,000 gruesome mutilations. So they go to the graveyard, get the body up, and drive a stake through it, or behead the body, or cut it up into pieces, or cremate it. There are any number of ways of dealing with vampires. The only one that shows up in fiction is that it's Within the decaying remains of a coffin with the initials JB on the lid lies a highly unusual corpse. Perhaps the only known vampire skeleton yet unearthed in the Americas. Originally from Connecticut, JB now resides at the National Museum of Health and Medicine in Washington, D.C. His sorry remains came to light in 1990 when a forgotten cemetery in Griswold, Connecticut began eroding out of the gravel pit. The state archaeologist excavated 24 normal burials from around the 18th century, and one very odd one. It was clear that the occupant had not rested in peace. Forensic anthropologist Paul Sledzik was called in to take a closer look.
Someone had gone in after the body was decomposed and jumbled the chest bones. They had taken the 2 femora, which are the upper leg bones, and crossed them over as part of the lower chest. And they had taken the skull and placed it in the middle part of the chest. So you have essentially the appearance of a skull and crossbones on top of jumbled chest bones.
To Sledzik, this post-mortem mutilation proves that JB was believed to be a vampire. Oral and written accounts are found with surprising consistency around the world.
Stuff of that evidence, it could be anything.
JB.
So fucking psycho.
Well, when people ask me the question, is JB a vampire? I always ask, what's your definition of a vampire? If you believe in Bram Stoker, Bela Lugosi, then no, certainly not. If you know something about the vampire folklore of Europe and America, then yes.
Surgeon's colleague, Rhode Island State folklorist Michael Bell, has studied the American vampire tradition. His research has turned him into a vampire hunter. But unlike his fictitious colleague of Dracula fame, Dr. Van Helsing, Michael Bell tracks his vampires in town halls and libraries, leaping through dusty tomes and turning up tragic and outwardly unbelievable stories. Near the time of the American Revolution, Stupid Tillinghast's life was full and fertile, his Rhode Island farm prospering, his children numbering 14. But then came the dream, the one in which half of his orchard withered and died. Then his children began dying. Daughter Sarah, 19 and beautiful, was the first to go. Then, one by one, 5 others fell ill and died. Another languished. The last 3 had told Stukely Tillinghast a ghastly thing before dying. At night, Sarah returned and pressed her hands against them as they slept. When Stukely's wife Anna began to experience Sarah's nightly life-draining visitations, they knew that to save the rest of the family, their dead daughter must be stopped. And a God-fearing family made an ungodly decision. As dusk fell, Stukely Tillinghast set out along the too familiar path to the cemetery. By night and day, Stukely had already buried 6 of his children. Under cover of darkness, he dug them up again, one by one.
And as they exhumed the bodies, they found that they were all decomposed until they got to Sarah, who was the first one to die. And they found that she was precious and more beautiful than others.
So they cut out her heart and burned it on a nearby rock.
Now, as a result of consuming the bodies and burning Sarah's heart, one more died who was too quick to recover, but the rest of the children survived, and the rest of the family survived. So, in a way, it seemed to work.
The account of the Tillinghast tragedy was not written down until almost 100 years after the American Revolution, but it seemed like a dreadful fairy tale. Bell decided to see if he could track down the family historically.
And I found the records that show that Sarah Tillinghast lived by his complaint. But she died in 1799, not around the time of the Revolution. And also that a total of 4 of the youngest 5 children died. But of course, if you're looking at the story, you have a dream that after the children died.
Bell has discovered more than a dozen such sorrowful tales in New England's all unwritten history. Tales of families compelled to stop waves of death by digging up loved ones and mutilating them.
As a folklorist, you could call me a vampire hunter when I stumble on a practice like this that we're talking about now. But I'm not the kind of vampire hunter that you might think of from Bram Stoker's novel Dracula, Dr. Van Helsing. He did all of his work even in bedrooms warding off vampires or in tombs looking for vampires.
On Bell's strange New England tales do not mention bats or vampires, but the American rituals closely parallel vampire accounts throughout the world. The word vampire has its roots in the Hungarian word vampir, and the phenomenon has its cousins all over Eastern Europe and the Balkans. The upir in Russia, Poland, and Czechoslovakia, the vkodlak in Serbia, the vrikolat in Greece, and the noctur in Germany. The vampire has deep roots in antiquity. The ancient Romans told of evil, blood-sucking ghosts called strega, and ancient Greece has blood-drinking namia. A Canadian student of both vampire folklore and the historical Dracula, Benjamin LeBlanc, points out that the phenomenon stretches even further back.
For example, there is Babylonian entity we call Lilith or Lilith, which in the Judaic tradition is the first life of Adam. This entity was sucking the blood of young children and babies. Even before that, in Persia, archaeologists found a cup with a draw. And on this draw, we can see a man fighting with a monstrous being trying to suck his blood. We know that Chinese people, 6 centuries before Christ, had also some kind of beliefs, those kind of beliefs of supernatural beings sucking the blood of people.
The sanctity of blood in almost all cultures and religions seems to have given rise to a gallery of supernatural entities, all dying to suck the blood of the living.
I know a cult that sucks the blood of the dead. And who eats a body. I didn't make it up. Rome did.
In fiction, the vampire lovingly sinks his teeth into the neck of his victim. In European folklore, however, the vampire bites the person somewhere on the chest, usually over the area of the heart. The ways of dispatching the vampire vary from place to place. The stake through the heart is traditional throughout Eastern Europe, but sometimes cutting out the heart and burning it, or burning the entire corpse or skeleton, were the methods of choice. Vampires were sometimes buried face down, with a stake wedged between the lid and the chest, or a sickle blade over the neck. In Germany, some vampires might be buried with a net of thousands of knots. For vampires could not resist untying knots and would be kept busy in the grave for eternity. The question remains, why have people continued to believe in the life of the undead? Part of the riddle can be attributed to a misunderstanding of the line between coma, death, and whatever comes after, a line that still sometimes defies medical analysis. People declared dead have come back to life, in the morgue, at the wake, during the funeral, and almost certainly after burial.
When there was a plague, people were buried very rapidly. We were burying people as fast as possible because they were contagious. And sometimes we were burying people that were not clinically dead. So there were still people alive sometimes believed. And when we were opening the case to bury other people in the same family, sometimes we would find corpses that were well conserved and covered with blood that we understand today
that doctor told me just that I've been dead. They must just have tried to escape from their balconies. Sometimes the dead are restless. Constricting muscles in a new corpse can make the body stir or even sit up, causing great consternation among witnesses. In the grave, decomposing bodies can shift or make noise, which can be equally unsettling. More recent scientific research hoped to explain away the vampire. In 1986, much to the delight of the media, a biochemist proposed that a chapter of vampire lore may be traced to a rare blood disease.
There was a theory a few years ago that a disease called porphyria, which affects people, causing their skin to turn a bit whitish than it would normally appear, bloodshot eyes. Some people say it will cause them to fear going out in the sun. Things that we associate with the vampire myth that Bram Stoker and Bela Lugosi helped to set in the American mind.
Porphyria can cause extreme light sensitivity and depression. It can also cause eyes and teeth to glow with pink fluorescent deposits and deformed fingernails. But the porphyria hypothesis, besides offending modern victims of this now treatable disease, describes the wrong vampire.
The unfortunate thing is the theory doesn't hold up because what you really have to do is compare porphyria against the actual vampire folklore of Europe, which the two have no consistency at all. There's no aspect to the vampire folklore that talks about bloodshot eyes. It talks about whitening of the skin of living individuals. There's none of that going on in the vampire folklore of Europe.
But a more comprehensive explanation of the real vampire lore is now coming into light.
Oh, great. Our theory of glandular stimulation through electrical practice are correct.
In the early 1730s, a group of Austrian medical officers reported witnessing a vampire execution in the Serbian village of Medveđa. A rash of mysterious deaths in the village were being blamed on Arnold Howell, a man who had been dead for years. The villagers decided to dig him up. To the surprise of the medical officers, it looked like the villagers had their man. When they unearthed his corpse, it just didn't look dead enough. In their report, the medical officers described the event in detail.
They found that he was quite complete and undecayed, and that fresh blood had flowed from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. But the old nails on the hands and feet, along with the skin, had fallen off, and that new ones had grown. And since they saw from this that he was a true vampire, they drove a stake through his heart, according to their custom, whereby he gave an audible groan and bled copiously.
Dozens of such accounts survived from Eastern Europe in the 1700s. Folklorists and historians have long agreed that these documents provide a fascinating glimpse into the superstitions of the time. But Paul Barber sees something more.
When I first started studying these documents, one of the things that kept me from taking them seriously was that very often I told about how they got the body dug up and they drove a stake into it, the body came to life and groaned. And whatever else I was willing to believe, I wasn't willing to believe that a body that had been engraved from life had come to life and grown because somebody drove a stake into it. One day I started realizing that I really never myself dug up a body and driven a stake into it. And I started to wonder what would happen. So I went to various medical examinations and they said it would grow.
But what about the other outrageous details of these vampire killer accounts? Can a dead body get fatter, its lips glistening with fresh blood? Can it grow new skin and nails, or remain undecayed months or years after burial? For Paul Slazy, the gory details of the vampire accounts are close to home.
The particular interesting features that I've found in reading are aspects of fingernails growing after death, new skin appearing, hair growing, teeth appearing as though they've become whiter and longer, things like that. And in a decompositional frame of mind, if you look at those things, what you're actually seeing are the tissues beginning to recede. It gives you appearance as though the nails and the hair are growing. The new skin is actually just the old skin sloughing away, and a new kind of fresh skin appearance to the skin underneath.
During decomposition, the body grows fat, and gases in the lungs could force blood out of the mouth. Thus, at night, by the light of torches, a decaying corpse would appear almost exactly as the vampire hunters reported.
If we're told that they dug up a body and it turned out to be a vampire, that's a little hard to credit. So what happens is that you just throw out the whole account. It turns out the descriptions in these accounts are, and this is no exaggeration, they're clinically accurate. The interpretations of the events aren't our interpretations. Namely, that indicates that the body is sucking down from the living.
Ironically, Transylvania, a Romanian province that has become forever linked with vampires, is one of the places where the vampire did not always suck blood. A suspected vampire might be staked or decapitated, even if its mouth wasn't bloody.
Romania got into the vampire lore mostly because of Bram Stoker. It's not that they don't have that lore there. In fact, they do. They just have a different version of it from, say, the Slavs and the Greeks. But when Bram Stoker put Dracula into Transylvania, this caused us to associate the vampire with Transylvania. In fact, the model, the character that he was borrowing the epithet from the character in history, who was a prince in a town from the mafia that was Transylvania. And he was never touched the population of the infancy. So this is strictly something that Bram Stoker created. You can hardly blame him for it. He's writing a novel. He wasn't writing history. But it's a rare example of a novel that we have to take into history.
Bram Stoker might be loved throughout the rest of the world, but in the homeland of the historical Dracula, Stoker's name and creation are universally seen as a blight on the reputation of a national hero. In the year of our Lord, 1431, a boy was born here in Sigishwara, a town in Pennsylvania. He inherited his father's name, Lard, as well as the diminutive of his father's nickname, the Dragon. In the Romanian tongue, Dragon is Dracula. The son, Dracula. Due to his name, Lad Dracula would grow up to be not a vampire, but a ruler whose ruthlessness, it is said, made Machiavelli catch his breath in awe.
Lad had many favorite punishment techniques. For example, he was boiling people, killing them alive, cutting off noses and ears. But his favorite method was in film his nickname in Hero is especially in Romania.
On the teenager, Vlad Dracula spent 6.2 years as a hostage to the Sultan of neighboring Turkey. His life was an insurance policy against Wallachian aggression. His father, Vlad the Elder, ruled an uncomfortable buffer zone between the Turk-Ottoman Empire and Europe's terrified Christian one. In the treacherous atmosphere of the Turkish court, young Vlad Dracula learned that life was cheap, and its ways of dispatching Indians were limited only by the imagination. At 17, upon the assassination of his mother and brother, Vlad was free to leave Turkey, and eventually fought his way back to the throne of Halak. Knowing that the local aristocracy, or boarders, had conspired in the death of his father and brother, he invited them to a great feast to celebrate Easter.
Vlad Dracula took a quite brutal revenge upon the boy Gregorista for the killing of his father and his brother Mircea. On Easter Day, he impaled the older ones while taking the other to Poinari, which is a 50-mile trek. Many died in the process, and the older one had to build a fortress on the Ardèche River for Dracula.
The castle Vlad Dracula made the aristocrats build on the ridge in the Carpathians is now in ruins. Most of the boyars who built it were worked literally to death or plummeted from the cliff in the process, and Vlad was free to install a new, more loyal class of warriors. In one of his most infamous and best documented acts, Vlad Dracula built a banquet hall outside his capital of Târgoviște and invited all of the poor, old and infirm to a splendid banquet. When they had eaten their fill, according to the accounts, Vlad ordered the hall locked from the outside and set afire. According to historian Ion L. Bauman, the guests invited to Vlad's banquet were not who they seemed to be.
We know from documents of the time, and from those of Vlad the Impaler, that those so-called lame people were actually thieves. Those thieves, or robbers, had become a public danger, and were threatening commercial trade, which was being developed in the country.
Having rid his own country of the troublesome upper and lower classes, Vlad turned his energies toward the infidel. The Turkish Muslim Empire had its eyes on Europe, and Vlad stood in the way. With a spokesperson, Vlad made daring raids into Turkish territory and captured thousands. Knowing that the Sultan would not allow his acts to go unpunished. Vlad Dracula ruthlessly poisoned wells and burned his own hostages on the way. The Turks could barely scrape a living from the countryside, but Vlad had more tricks up his sleeve, as memorialized in this 1978 Romanian film, Vlad Cepec. When the enormous Turkish army approached Terroristen, bent on vengeance, they were greeted by terrible sight. The carcasses of some 20,000 Turkish prisoners on wooden stakes, a forest of the impaled. From then on, the Turks would call him, with mixed contempt and admiration, Kaziglu Bey, Lord Impaler. The news of Dracula's monstrous cruelty to his enemies and his country was spread by monks traveling from Wallachia to Central Europe. Dracula cut off noses, ears, and genitals. He decapitated people or nailed their hats to their heads. He supposedly ate human flesh and drank human blood, forcing others to dine with him. Into his prisoners' wounds he poured salt and honey, and let animals lick the something most exquisite pain. Vlad Dracula's name took on a second meaning. Dracula the Dragon. Dracula the Devil. In the end, not even his European allies could stomach Vlad's excesses. He spent 12 years imprisoned in the castle of the King of Hungary. Later he was freed and reinstated to the throne of Wallachia. But he was soon assassinated. Legend has it that his head was taken to the Sultan as proof the Impaler Prince was truly dead. He was buried here in a grave in a monastery on Snagov Lake. In the 1930s, archaeologists opened the grave in front of the altar and reported it empty. Today, vampire fans and Romanian tour brochures highlight this deliciously vampire-esque bit of trivia.
Little donut hole twist.
But to the young monk who guards his grave, this is just scandal inflicted on Vlad's memory by the fiction of Bram Stoker.
Vlad
the Impaler was primarily a man who loved his country and its people.
Yeah, that he didn't
A protector
kill.
of
The ones that he
church and
didn't
its
kill.
ideals. He impaled justly those who betrayed his country. Vlad the Impaler is buried in front of the holy altar.
Motherfucking monk wants
Yes,
to impale
yes, his body is
people.
buried here.
He needs a new religion. Give a fuck.
Only a few years ago was Bram Stoker's Dracula allowed to be published here in Romania. And only then did most Romanians find out that their ancient Impaler prince had been turned into a
Don't associate me with dickhead.
through the audacity of an Irish writer who in all likelihood had never set foot in Romania.
I take offense to that shit.
If the historical Dracula was not a vampire, then could this legend have other roots?
The Dracula we know today was not known by the Romanians. There is a vampire folklore in Romania, but quite different from what we know of Bram Stoker's Dracula. We are more talking about a monstrous vampire, an undead that we fear, which is not beautiful, which is ugly, a condition we do not envy.
The real story of vampirism is ugly. Ugly, I say.
To the dismay of Romanian historians, The post-communist regime has welcomed the influx of tourists, clamoring to see the places where the vampire Count Dracula lived and ruled.
He got impaled. Or, no, he impaled people.
But in the castles and museums of Romania,
Vlad the Impaler.
the caretakers of
Not
Prince
the
Vlad
impaled.
Dracula's memory
They
stand ready
impaled
to
entrail.
disabuse them of such notions. Castle curator Maria Marcu.
What happened to Vlad? Vlad's gone. Vlad ain't here. He split.
It disturbs me greatly that the image of Vlad the Impaler, also called Dracula, has been so misrepresented. They have turned him from a fighter for law and order, justly punishing those who betrayed him.
Yeah, they just said it was in ruins.
A creature
His
that does
original
nothing
one.
but suck the blood of his fellow humans. It makes us very indignant, and we try to show our foreign guests the real version of Vlad the Impaler.
Yeah, we say he fucking impaled everybody from asshole to fucking neck.
Historian Raul Mihai.
There is no connection between the historical figure of Vlad the Impaler and the character depicted by Bram Stoker.
And here's the thing about impaling, I don't know if everybody's aware
That
of.
there was a real historical
They don't do it all at
Vlad the
once.
Impaler, who was a chieftain of the
They just kind of sit you up there and let gravity take care of it.
Some of his contemporary German chroniclers described his activities, but the depiction by Bram Stoker of Vlad as a vampire
That's how you properly impale
is the product
somebody.
of his fantastic imagination.
That monk talking about, oh, he justified impale, he did it good. Like, fucking monk,
In
did you
the
hear that
same
monk say
decade that
that?
Bram Stoker's fantastic
Ain't a monk.
imagination
Fucking
brought to
scary
life the
motherfucker.
immortal fictional character of Dracula, America was burying the last of its real vampires.
He tried to make it sound good. Like, oh, he loved his country. The ones he
This
didn't
is the
fucking
great site
impale,
of England.
he got along with.
Mercy Lena Brown.
Fuck.
Her story is typical of the many New England tales that folklorist Michael Bell has discovered.
Yeah, he was. I know. He had to be, I guess, back
Members
in the
of
day.
the Brown family were dying, and the doctors could do nothing to stop it. In desperation,
But
they went to the
motherfucking
graveyard,
impaling
killing us,
thousands and thousands
dug up the dead
fuckers
Mercy.
just to do it. That's fucking freaky.
Most had rotted
Come
to
on now.
skeletons, but Mercy was undecayed. Her heart held fresh blood. The family cut out the heart and burned it. Then they mixed the ashes with water and drank it.
That's rough.
The roots of this unpalatable folk remedy lie in Eastern European vampire tradition, where the ritual included drinking the blood of the vampire directly.
People believe that you could keep from being attacked by a vampire if you drank the blood of a vampire. And what's so odd about this is that we have much, much stronger evidence that people drank the blood of the dead than we have that the dead drank the blood of the living.
Yay. That's gross.
I think it's odd that this practice occurred in New England because the settlers there were Yankees and they were English descendants. And the practice is most common in Eastern Europe, in Northern Europe, Germany, Pennsylvania, Romania, Greece. How it got here is another question.
And for those unfamiliar with its parallels around the world, it might seem a stretch to call the stories of Sarah Tillinghast and Mercy Brown vampire stories, but they clearly resonate with a definition found at the crossroads of folklore, history, and science. The grisly notion of vampires,
That's always a
and the
good
more
way to
gruesome
send me
methods for
link right
dispatching
there.
them have crossed cultural and political boundaries for ages, taking hold wherever they were introduced. What could cause such a morbid fascination to endure? Paul Barber believes that sometimes the living have good reason to blame the dead.
The vampire is an unusual corpse that comes to light in a time of crisis.
Well,
To say, usually, people.
I gotta say, as a whole qualifier, you start drinking blood and eating flesh of human long pork, you've crossed a line with me. I don't know. You've crossed the line. That's getting into it a little bit too much. That's enjoying your work too much. No, I heard that motherfucker ding. Oh, you know, I ain't going for the ding here. I'm going for the ding over here.
Marking is someone people thought as a vampire, and his ribcage marks him as a man with a disease that fits perfectly with the perceived symptoms of vampire.
Oh, now you're digging me.
About a skeleton is that it suffered from tuberculosis, and those lesions are observable right here near the articulation of the vertebra. White lesions, these are very distinctive.
Common thread that ties all of these cases together. Consumption. This consumption. People living in this consumption.
This still leaves the present J.D.'s skull across from his position. In most cases of vampirism,
That looks like a rocket or a meteorite. 1, 2. Well, now it's looking like a meteorite.
perhaps J.D. was just a local variation on the folklore. Perhaps the people involved in J.D.'s case had previously tried to kill his corpse, but the consumption continued to take victims.
What's always struck me pretty strong, especially from the New England tradition, is that you have fathers, brothers, daughters digging up the bodies of their mothers, sons, have you. So to think that I could go in to the grave.
That's what I thought it was. It's fucking. What's his name? This rocket going off.
But what's very interesting about
But it's close up on it. That's SpaceX. That's what that is. That's SpaceX. That's SpaceX. It's fucking SpaceX. It's SpaceX. It's fucking SpaceX. That's what that is. Elon Musk, that's his rockets. That's what they do. Every single time they take off. Come on. What is that? What is that you just looked at? That's something you've seen before, right? That's Elon Musk's new style rocket that you see every week. I turned off the sound and looked at it. I know what the fuck I was looking at. I was like, well, that's Elon Musk's fucking rocket. What the fuck? Turn off the fucking sound and look at it. See, now, I've watched your content. That's why I don't subscribe to you. Man. You need to go watch some of my older videos, dude, and lose all that misinformation bullshit before you get blocked. That's just how I feel. This is my fucking corner. You're pissing me off, dude.
The would-be vampire killers were on the lookout for pale clouds and fair damsels, or evil nighttime bat changelings. The real vampire killers and scientific foundation still languish under that long, elegant shadow cast by the fictional cartographer.
You and Kelly, I'm telling you. You and Kelly. Oh, real big fucking line over here. I like you both. You're both good people, but come on.
For some,
you're out there watching that shit and passing that fucking around? Motherfucker. You're worse than the goddamn Chewbacca mask. You know that? I need the Chewbacca mask because of fucking bullshit like that. That's why. What the fuck? God damn.
For most of us, is just the object of good and fun.
That's what I'm getting at. Dracula tried to get me. Oh no, he's down. Oh, he's been out of my office.
God damn it. That's the kind of bullshit I'm talking about. All day long, I talk about that kind of fucking bullshit. Something told me don't look anymore because you'll be pissed off if you find it. I am it's fucking SpaceX. It's SpaceX. There you go. I answered the question. That's the only one you get. I covered the rest of them in a fucking video. You need to go watch it. And stop watching fucking bullshit. That's about all I've heard from you all week. And yeah, I've seen sunrise in these beautiful. And it's crazy looking. By the way. I don't mean to get all shitty, but you know me. I'm shitty. That's my nature. I can't believe you just fucking caused all that over that. Are you fucking kidding me? That's SpaceX, man. Grow up. God damn it. God damn it. Yeah, I'm gonna go on about it. God damn it. Still love you, Remnant, but God damn it. Come on. The moon is doing fucking cartwheels every night in your sky. And you're running around trying to wake people up with that shit. I know how you're trying to wake people up. That's how you end up in trouble. You don't give them something you can prove. You give them some fucking SpaceX and act like it's something crazy. For God's sake. I would put you on medicine too. See, that's where people don't get me. I'm a fucking dickhead. If you give me stupid fucking shit that I can look at and be like, Are you fucking kidding me? You need help. In my head, you need help that I'm not capable of giving.
And the Saxons are like that. The Saxons will defeat you for a time, but in the end,
I don't care who you are.
so it's a
You look at that shit and you think that's something other than fucking SpaceX that you see on the news every fucking day, and somebody with a fucking camera trying to act like a fucking CIA misinformant. You might want to cut off that fucking feed because they just fucking made you look like a fool. That would be a good start. And quit defending these people because they're fucking CIA agents paid to lie to you. I'm tired of telling you. Fuck.
Jeffrey doesn't say
Hi, Chad.
this by magic. He allows us to think this. So Jeffrey's creating magicians simply by manipulating his audience, by manipulating what his audience knew of Welsh tradition, and by manipulating our real psychological need to kind of create these powerful figures.
Oh yeah, state. You don't own shit, bro. They pulled the property acquisition out. Trump signed it. That's why I said people don't have any idea what the repercussions of all that shit is.
Black Book of Commandment is thought was written in the middle of the 13th century, but it does contain poems written in the 3 centuries preceding its writing. There are 3 poems in the Black Book of Commandment that are associated in some way with the figure of Merlin. The only poem in which he is specifically named is the famous Ymddiddan, the discourse between Merlin and Taliesin, another 6th century figure who we assume to be a historical figure. They both have a chat about a battle that has been fought and about events that are to come. Some located in South Wales and some located in the Old North and in Greater Carlisle. The other poems are the Rhoyannau, where Merlin, the figure from the Old North, addresses a pig, and the Avallenau, in which he addresses apple trees. He has obviously lost his mind following a battle, and you have a series of prophetic visions in which he foretells events that belong to a far later period, the period of the 11th century in Wales.
You got medical use for that, Chad? Because that's just bullshit.
The Merlin that we see in this book is almost a tragic character. He has obviously had some bad experiences in a battle. He has become a figure who is living wild outside the boundaries of society.
I missed half of the
where he is banished to the woods as
conversation. I'm assuming you're talking about
animals, where he complains of having icicles in his hair with snow up to his thighs. He is a very sorry character indeed. And from the hardships that he had suffered, out came this wisdom that was by other people.
Because in California, they started that kind of bullshit when we legalized it and shit. They would come in and harvest people's crops. We would take them to court and hold them to it, and they would have to repay people cash.
The idea of
they stopped doing that shit.
Living in wild places, a wild man in a wild place.
It's law. They have to follow the law too. You can't fucking go in there and fucking take people's crops like that shit.
Wild man with wild ideas, wild places.
I think that is a universal tradition. And the people of Europe focus in on Merlin in a very special way. I think this was typified the notion of the wild man and wild place.
What's interesting about this wild figure is that he seems to go into frenzy. And something which other people noticed and talked about these characters, these Welsh poets, who became taken over by something called Arwen, which is poetic frenzy. It's as good a translation as any.
I'd sue him. You have legal right to sue him. Or is it the power company cutting your trees down because they're fucking under the power lines? I mean, but marijuana plants ain't trees and they ain't growing that tall. They definitely ain't interfering with the power line.
We start to see images of Merlin in the 13th, 14th century manuscripts, illustrations which we haven't often seen in books, beautifully reproduced. As if
A bee farm. A bee farm would be a lot of bonuses. Hey, DK.
But within them, one immediately notices the universality of the figure, almost always old, bearded, and the long gag of the medieval hoodie.
And they took your actual trees down in your yard. Yeah, I'd sue them. I'd sue the fuck out of them, Chad.
Crops up in many, many cultures with many, many different figures.
And make them plant new trees. At least. Compensate you. It's fucking bullshit. They gotta compensate you for your land. If your deed says you own X from X, Y to Z, then you own X, Y to Z, man. You need to check that property deed out.
The stories
and see what's going on with that. Because if they cut into your land, man, that's fucked up.
Merlin is no longer just a Welsh figure, a local figure. He's suddenly become a pain.
Well, they need to pay and plant some new trees. Some decent fucking trees. Like the ones you had would be nice.
De sorte qu'il puisse être baptisé. Je veux l'appeler après mon père. Ainsi, le bébé était Merlin baptisé.
How do you replace years and years of taking care of trees?
Merlin's birth story becomes very much more elaborated.
There you go. Have them plant you some mulberry trees. That's my favorite fucking tree in the world, man. Big old fucking mulberries. Oh, I had them all around me in Fresno. Fucking mulberry trees, man. I'd pick a bowl full of them in the morning and just go in and pour some milk in it and eat them. Fucking whole bowl full of a big bowl. I ain't talking about a fucking little bowl. I'm talking about one of the big metal calendar bowls. Man, I'd fill that motherfucker up, put some fucking milk in it, and eat the whole fucking thing.
He finally falls in love with a young
county assessment agreement.
And she seduces him.
Well, they can't county assess your fucking property. Look, some compensation.
Sometimes it's a glass cave. And Merlin is not dead, but kind of in hiding for all eternity.
Although, since he signed in that bill, the federal government can acquire your property for any reason they want. Mulberry trees are the shit. Yeah, property acquisition. They can acquire your property. And Trump signed that into. That was one of the things I had said that they were going to have to do, except I thought it was just they were going to acquire the food chain. But they acquired everything in one fell swoop. That blew me away too. I made a video. I was like, oh fuck, I was wrong about that too. They took it all. They took it all. They didn't just take the food chain, they took it all. They took control of everything. But then again, of course they had to make everything look like it's COVID fucking everything up. Which it is, but it's them doing it.
Merlin's origins are undoubtedly Melvin. The desire to sort of place him into mother and Merlin, Merlin, is really a misinterpretation of a placement. So I gather around mother now, quite well out there.
Yeah, you do, Cat. You need to get some rice and beans and peanut butter and water. That's what I would plan for. Rice, beans, peanut butter, and water. Because I mean, fuck, the food's gone. It's we're on fucking borrowed food. And what is good, they're taken quickly into the bunkers.
Is a very appealing idea.
But the repercussions of 2 foot fucking corn, that's 2 foot corn.
This chunk of wood, well, this is
one
of the fragments of
2 foot fucking corn.
Which is a famous landmark.
1,200 fucking miles or more of it. Just
ended up here because the oak tree
2 foot fucking corn. There's gonna be waves of repercussions just from that, let alone the vegetables and everything else that the seeds started sprouting in and shit, and they had to recall. We're down the fucking stupid shit. Get your stuff on.
I remember it as encased in concrete with metal railings on it. That's when I first saw it. And that was when my mother back in 1973. Eventually, it was.
Yeah, I'm hearing that it was. I'm just giving on what I know. For sure. I'm hearing it was pretty terrible everywhere. I mean, Iowa lost half of their crop in one fucking storm, and that was people food. I'm talking about the cattle food, the beef industry is going to fucking tumble real soon. I mean, it's just the worst would happen to the town.
Everything. I think for some people it's a bit of a pilgrimage.
Oh, what you might grow this year? Yeah, good luck with that.
By Merlin and Arthur, and in and the links with the magician.
I don't even know what to tell you. I was gonna say I think potatoes did okay. It's kind of limits you. I don't know. I again don't see much of a harvest this year. It's not gonna improve. What's up, Rural? How you doing?
Sort of exists on the cusp of the modern world. And I think this is very significant for Merlin.
I know.
The direction that Merlin takes.
I know.
Because
how the fuck are you doing?
There's always a desire for the certainties of the world that was left behind. You get this hunger, is really not too strong a word for it, for the certainties of the world that came before. And Merlin
sweet potatoes than the white. Well, yeah, that might be because they're more of a yam than a potato, a more hardy root. I was going to say hardy plants would be my. And we got 3 suns burning our fucking earth right now, so I do too. I love sunbeams. Just keep handing them the moon, girl.
Mallory's Mortality is very interesting in this context because it's one of the earliest printed books in English. It was printed by Caxton in 1485.
Yeah, I've even grown avocado trees. Well, it got to be about 3 foot tall.
Same tradition of
and died.
Image,
but I grew one
it's gone
from an avocado seed
into the printed book. And of course, then the dissemination starts on quite a different basis.
I try to grow a little bit of everything. But
they do.
Yeah, I was told very specifically, don't bother by my mother this last year. I haven't even asked this year.
So you've got quite a specific development of the image of
I didn't ask. Well, it was about 6 months ago. Anyway, she told me not to even plant my seeds; it'd be a waste. And then my fucking tomato that was growing in that window for 5 years died. It's 3/4 of it's dead. I cut a bunch of it back. I got a bunch more to cut back. It looks like some of it might try to come back. Had a big old tree trunk on that motherfucker, and it just said, "Boop." Dead. Yeah, plants are pretty amazing. They grow. They grow. Holy fuck, it's 2 o'clock. Yeah, nobody did good harvesting much of anything last year from what I'm looking at. And I mean, like compared to the year before, it was fucking horrible the year before. It was nightmare harvest and shit the year before. You know, we were running out of groceries. They were hanging signs on the fucking shelves talking about, we'll get more of this when it comes into harvest. The fuck are they going to replace that shit with now? We didn't have a harvest.
John Dee was known to port a Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah, that's a good idea. If you can get your greenhouse, but I'm telling, here's the problem. Here's a problem that's going on with the plants that I'm not sure how you would. A greenhouse isn't going to fix it unless you equip your greenhouse to be absolutely dark all by itself, even at night. You're going to have to shut that fucking thing down because you're getting UV light, and plants use the UV light. They're not getting their resting cycle. That's why they went to 2 foot tall and died, because raw killed it. They're 20 hours a day. They're not able to handle that. And this is a lot of the GMO crops and shit like that have been engineered. And you saw it. You saw the fucking result. It's they're not getting their resting cycle. They're 12 hours off. That's why. You're welcome. So yeah, you'll have to retrofit your greenhouse because I know people in greenhouses were failing their crops too. It was not just outdoors. I love freaking apples. He hates trees. Where the fuck does he think apples come from? The store? What the fuck? You got a fucking tree that's producing big, beautiful fucking apples and you cut it down? There's something wrong with that. Yeah, he's psycho. He's fucking psycho. There's something wrong with that neighbor. It's fucking psycho. That's a good. Yeah. You got a psycho neighbor, man. That's fucked up. Shit, man, that's fucking stupid. That's fucking stupid. Think of all the fucking, oh my God, apple pie with fresh apples or fried apple. Do you guys fry apples? I take butter and I'll put apples and slice them up and fucking fry them. And I'll put a little bit of sugar in there, just a little bit, like half a cup or some shit, and a little bit of cinnamon in there and just fucking mix it up, man. It gets all juicy. It's like apple pie fixings almost that you put in the apple pie, but you just don't. You just eat the shit. It's fucking good. Fried apples. I make it for good stuff. What the fuck did the tree do to him? It was standing there funny, dropping apples on my lawn. Jeez. Do you think the earth is flat too? Just asking for a friend. Oh, tree farts. I bet it did. That's just shitty. Shitty. Damn. Well, I'll tell you what. I ain't even gonna say nothing. It's already done. Sorry. That sucks. God. I would have had some words with the man about some fucking steps and the whip and fucking what? Excuse me. Go for your apples, cocksucker. You know how they do it in the desert, don't you? When they bury you, they make sure the soles of your feet are the only thing that they run across. You'd be like, what the fuck's that pair of shoes doing there?
Druidic figures, one figure in particular.
Tree food, motherfucker! I mean, oh god.
Druidical mysteries going on in the background.
Tree food. It's like a steak. One of those plant steaks. Just put it in the ground.
Still not in the customer's so it's not so much of anything you say, it's just the last part.
You ever pick an apple right off the tree?
It's quite an extreme rendition of the story.
My cousins owned an orchard. I've helped them make apple cider. You need pears to make a proper apple cider. Because you add pears in the mix. Give me a little bit of tang. I don't know if you do that or not. But yeah, I love fucking, oh my god. Oh man, I used to eat so many apples I would get sick from eating apples. I'm not kidding.
You've got the bard about to throw himself off the cliff into the river Congo, committing suicide.
I would get like fucking bad belly cramps.
And Thomas Jones just
because I love apples, and they had every kind of apple tree you could imagine.
It's a very specific.
And their yellow apples, and fucking. Oh. Yeah. You go pick your own apples, go pick your own strawberries. I like those kind of places too. My cousins owned it very well. My aunt and uncle, they owned the fucking orchard. And when I was a kid, and man, that shit was bomb. I remember that. I remember making the fresh apple cider and fucking drinking it right out of the press. Man, that shit was fucking bomb. That kind of shit's hard to find nowadays. You notice? I mean, they towed down a whole bunch of orchards out in California. Fuck, it's like a dust bowl now. Well, it's honestly, I like a little bit, tad bit bitter apple. That's the flavor, man. Yeah, like a Granny Smith. Those are pretty fucking delicious, man.
My role is an art steward. I write a great deal of myself. And
I mean, that's like my favorite kind of apple right there.
In my locality,
yeah,
to be somewhat of a mistake. Because if somebody wants a poem to celebrate in memory or something, they will come to me. Because it is
fucking elbow drop, motherfucker.
That they should have some sort of mystic quality. Well, I suppose that
negotiations over. Tree stays, bitch. Oh my god, it's kind of how it went, right? Oh shit! You gotta watch me. I'll give you bad advice. Don't do that. Damn it. Yeah, don't do that. Sorry, too late. That's why I was like, it came to fisticuffs, right? You heard the term curb stomp. Oh shit. Is it 420? Is 420 somewhere else? Let's smoke some pot. I just cut off my last piece. It's late.
Not as an ancient god, but as a romantic artist. As magician, as artist, Merlin as artist now.
So tomorrow I won't have all the. Well, usually I take Saturday and me and Seamus hang out. But tomorrow is Sunday. That's a crunch day. Yeah, I've got. It's not top shelf, but it ain't bad. It ain't as good as that other stuff, but it ain't bad. It wasn't expensive either. It tastes good. But then again, I've been smoking shake for 6 months. 6 inches of snow. You sound like me. We just melted this. Fucking snow just melted.
Here is masculine patriarchal Merlin with all of its own certainties, giving way.
We had 6 to 8 inches somewhere in there, and it just fucking melted like yesterday and today. He was encroaching on your property with the chainsaw. Well, that's Gatling gun. It's territory right there.
Always been drawn to the character. I first started reading
Trespasser! The tree stays. Drag him over the line. Lake effect. Oh God, that's words I hadn't heard in a long time. It just brought a chill to me. Fuck that lake effect shit.
Fairly pleasant.
Now let me tell you how I really feel about it.
Beguiled by this enchantress.
Fuck the lake effect. Move. Remove the lake. Get the fucking rid of that lake effect shit. That ain't even right. That shit causes 4 foot snow drifts sometimes.
Enchanted wood.
Liquefaction, huh? Yeah, that's an interesting topic, isn't it? 10,000 people got sucked up, disappeared either by the one or the other. They ain't sure because they're gone. In the Indonesia twice. One I think one of them was only like 5,000 on it. That's a lot of fucking people just gone. It was either swallowed by the earth or fucking was swept away by the ocean. I don't even know how because they're gone. They ain't gone in their video, and everybody's standing around watching everybody just go boop, ride their house down under the fucking earth. It was crazy. I seen the footage. These people were on their fucking roofs surfing.
Of course, because he's Burne Jones. And Burne Jones is used
in a liquid fucking medium of dirt. Yeah, I've been telling people that shit was coming. Yeah, that was one of the crazy things I'd been chanting about until it happened. And I just kind of shut up because it was just I don't want to.
And I too are interested in your theory, interested in the stories of Arthur. And in Germany,
I don't want to warn people and then watch them die anymore. I've done that for millions of people now. So I just kind of shut up about it a little bit. In the Indonesia 2 years ago, 10,000 people got liquefaction, sucked up by earth.
So you get this idea of Merlin, the powerful magician, with the emphasis really on
no, except for harness a magnet meekly and rise above it. That's your only option. People ask me, "Where's it safe?" I say, "In your heart." Honest to God, that's your only salvation. And funny enough, Mother Earth too. So I mean, that's why we were designed. It's not a big step. It's just what we do. So, like I said, this is just what we're designed to do. For God's sake, we got the tool in our chest. We've been told what to do with it, and now we know why and how. And the whole reference point of it. I haven't seen any in Florida. I'm not saying it hasn't happened. I'm sure it probably has. But yeah, liquefaction in the Philippines, or not Philippines. Well, it's happened there too recently. But in the last couple of years, there's been a few incidents where a few thousand people just disappeared. Oh, sinkhole. The sinkhole took. Is that what you're talking about? Because I've seen that, where the sinkhole just swallows people up. Yeah. Now this is on a 10,000 people got swallowed up. It's different from a sinkhole. The earth vibrated so much that it turned to liquid. Basically, a sinkhole is where it just gets ate up from below. And they're both going on. Both situations, it's fucking insane. Liquefaction. But look at liquefaction in Indonesia 2018, I think. But 10,000 people got swallowed up in a matter of 5 minutes. And there's video of them literally surfing their homes under the earth. On top of their roof, like a surfboard, riding that shit. And the whole landscape's moving. Like a river. Like a river. The whole landscape is moving, and they're on top of the roofs of their houses, riding them into the dirt. Gone. 10,000 people. Yeah. Liquefaction is scary as fuck. Well, it is if you don't know how to levitate. I haven't learned yet, so it's kind of intimidating. I ain't gonna lie. I gotta know that I can rise above it. That's all I got. I got a magnet. I know what my magnet can do.
So it's almost as if you have Merlin and the baby.
I haven't figured out how to do it yet. I'm hoping that kind of kicks in that human nature.
Looks like all of the elements of Merlin.
So figure out how to be light. Yeah, keep that heart relaxed. Mom's gonna rise you up. I mean, people lived through it. More people lived through it than died. But still, 10,000 fucking people ain't nothing to blink an eye at. In the blink of an eye. Gone. Exactly. It just takes, it does. It takes practice. I understand. You bet. And we're just baby steps. So I used to stress on it. And then I got the message, baby steps, motherfucker. You can't even talk yet. Got you. I understand her better than she does me, or maybe she understands me better than me. I get the picture. She hears me going, that guy goo goo, kicking up and shit, climbing up my back. Trying to change this motherfucker's diaper, he's shitting himself again. You know what I mean? I get that picture. That's kind of how mom looks at me. Yeah, I didn't do it on purpose.
Here we are in the 21st century. Merlin's back. He's daddy of the business. Merlin is the original. And yet, we are transforming him for our own needs. We are in a world where there's
no
religion. It's very rational. It's very mundane. Dominated by technology. But Merlin's even got in on that.
I didn't even know I was doing it when I accidentally caught myself once. I was sitting on the floor, but I all of a sudden was my legs were, and it kind of freaked me out, and I hit on my butt.
So Merlin has now become.
I lost it real fast. But it had everything to do with nothing I did. It was mom and dad communicate. I was conduit. I don't even know if I could do it without it. Just happened. So it's all about that meek. You gotta relax your magnet.
When you think of Merlin helps.
Mom will feel it. Mom knows how to do it. So it's creator. I mean,
without magic,
he's in it. He's in our chest.
terrible feelings you have, and
Yeah, it was almost like
I think magic is important because not just in the books and stuff, but if there was no magic,
I didn't feel any different than sitting, except I didn't have weight on my ass. It kind of freaked me out a little bit. Like I said, my legs were on the ground. My butt was up a little bit. I was in a sitting position. My legs that's what I realized was my legs were starting to go away from where they were. And it wasn't actually that. It was me rising. Because I was so fucking high on
When I see films,
magnet.
Anything to do with that.
And then I hit I probably maybe an inch or two. I don't know. It didn't hurt. I just bumped and right back on my ass. And it freaked me out. I realized what was coming. I was like, oh my God. And boop, that was it. That was it. This brain kicked in. That was it. Pretty much.
It's inside. It's fantastic.
Go to bed. You have a good night.
It made me George Bernard, not my parents. But I always knew it wasn't the name. And then.
Oh, well, yeah, there you go. Well said, wait a minute. She's the one that is in the morning. It's late here for me.
That's a thing, you know. Anything more than that, and George will blow up ears. Tie your shoelaces, George. I can do that. It's Merlin that can paint. George can't. Merlin the creator. So that's the creative animals.
So anyway, judging off what I got done today, we probably got about 600 to 700 pounds to work with tomorrow, which would give us about 4 or 5 nice little inside-out pipes. And I want to make some dab straws just to get those out of the way. 4:45 a.m. It says 2:38 here.
Oh, the energy's there to go on.
2:39. Holy shit, I've had this thing down here all day. I had phone calls. I haven't even been around my contact tracer at all. 98:20.
We're also in a period where we feel disconnected. Particularly we feel disconnected from nature, disconnected from government, disconnected from society.
Who did I call?
Merlin has changed to answer this as well.
call it New Age of life. There are many people now who are much more open-minded about, say, the power of nature, not power we have in ourselves, the power of thought. These people are coming concerned about now where there's a lot of coinciding at the time. So Millie's politics have a relevance today because looking in the Celtic, the whole life is a circle, pretty circle.
People now are very, very interested in somehow getting into the spiritual nature. And Merlin has really become sharp. Well, of course, this kind of reflects something that was associated with Merlin's too. Merlin, who was taken over by the armor, was taken over by his poetic ecstasy. And this is translated into, yes, Merlin is a magician. This is the most wonderful Merlin.
Come here and express yourself, experiment with who you are, and it's okay. Let's hang out something together. Down, chat, forward, and that is great. Express their own inner magic and allow that power in their life.
I've always been so commercialized of it, really tight. Yes,
Alrighty. I don't know why I thought I got a phone call from them. $25 out the door. 8s. All 8s. Shake $36 outdoor keys infused. 5, 2 for 1, 20. Damn. Go on, Canastore. They just giving away marijuana out here in Colorado. Checking my messages.
Sunlight before Merlin is a title, as opposed to a particular person that there are Merlins throughout history and there are Merlins today.
Jeez. I haven't been around my phone all day. Half of their. Glad I wasn't around it. I totally forgot about it. What they call me for?
One of the flaws of Merlin's wisdom is
Hematite.
it isn't because of science. It's the wisdom of science.
I like hematite. I tend to break it. I mean, like, I can carry it in my pocket and it shatters. But I like hematite. Beautiful stone. I don't know what it is about it, but it doesn't like me. I've had a few hematite pieces just pop on my ass. Fuck. They don't like me. I charge them up too much. It's very weird stone. Oh, shit.
I think she really much is around you. She really in you. Because you know we are all creatures of the past and other
Anyways, it's 2:45.
Well, this is in many ways extraordinary because it illustrates, again, part of the Merlin concept. Brings us back to the early Druidic phenomenon, you know, the oak trees, the
Yeah, I don't know.
and the face of paganism. Life.
I love the stone, but I've never had real good luck with it. It's one of my favorites.
Merlin was an old man. A rather debilitated gerontocrat.
Yeah, I'll split them.
Living in
But yeah, quartz.
in the court.
Uh,
And deeply smitten, smoking in love with the strange, wicked little nymphette called Morgan.
quartz is a living stone.
In the castle houses of King Arthur. And there
Actually,
you can see Morgan in his lap. Merlin in the old
until
man
you
deeply in love.
harvest it, usually.
Wild something like a deer, and who's struck by her. And in fact, when he consummates his love,
Even the little geodes, because the crystals grow, they put off electric and shit. I mean, Mom said their life. So I'm like, all right, got it. She got big ones. I like geodes because they're not taken out of her. I used to have crystals, a few of them. I think I still do somewhere. I used to have a really nice crystal ball, real crystal. Well, I think I've done enough damage for one night. I yelled at Bo Kelly and Reeble. Or not Reeble. Fuck. Remnant. I'm so tired, I don't even know who the hell I'm yelling at now. Just look, I wouldn't yell at you if I didn't love you. You know, I just.
What attracts us is this universe.
It is what it is. I keep, I made a video. You should probably go back and look at them. They're a lot better than what I just looked at. And this conversation's been going on for days with you two. I don't even know if you're here or not. Yeah. Anyways, we'll be back tomorrow. I got work to do. Got to make another bubbler. And a whole bunch of my hand pipes. I just want to have a couple of bubblers. I got. That's our coffee mug. That'll be first on the list of things to do. So we'll be making a percolator set tomorrow too. Y'all have yourselves a good evening. And I'm gonna figure out what I'm gonna put on my percolator. from my pillow. Have a good night. Or a good day in some cases.